Okay, here we go. Just went forward a few years on this. We're starting off in spring again. This is the original character's grandson. I spent most of the time decorating on this. Closed down a good few areas, but we still have much more to do. Really concentrating on the villagers as well. So, let's see, did we lose any animals? I can't remember. I don't think we did. There hasn't been a death in the settlement for ages. I think it might be bugged. There's one guy, he's almost immortal. He's 71, they should die off after 60, but he's a definite coffin dodger. Yeah, this one, we'll see, did we lose anyone? I don't think we did. Let's see, we'll just quickly go through this. No. Doesn't look like it. Right, we're good to go. Oh, I'll give this guy a bit of a makeover. I think it was about time. Hey, hang on, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, it's over this way. Oh yeah, this is the third character. I maxed him out as well. We'll get through this quick. I'll do some of the fencing, some of the other stuff, and then some of them back into the plants. Eventually we'll get to the stage where there's nothing else I can do, and then we're done basically.
How do you do?
Okay. It's not even worth doing it for that. Houses are full up. There's a few old guys. Yeah, there's one guy in particular. I got him from Quest. I think he's about 64, 65 now. Well, you know, basically when you need room, let's say somebody gets widowed, you move it in on him. Dude has got married 4 times, and he's still not dead. And there's another guy here, Roland. That's the bad guy I picked up, wasn't it, with the original character? He is literally immortal. Let's see if I can find him. Should be the very last one there. And his wife, apparently. Yeah, there's a... Nah, that's the Black Widower. There he is, Roland. It's ridiculous. Oh, hi, young. There's a couple of characters in this game that just won't die. Most of them that start to drop off quite quickly, let's say after the age of 60. But there's one guy, his name is Amerigo or something. I remember I picked him up on the quest. So, he was too old when I brought him in to marry him off. So, let's say when one guy died, I moved his wife in there and he married her. She died, he married again. He's been married 4 times and he's still alive. I was thinking about bringing him out to the back of the woodshed and maybe, you know, getting rid of him. Then there's Roland. I picked up him on another quest. He's 71. He's not too bad, you know. But there's a lot of other characters, let's say, and one person there You know what I mean? So it's kind of killing the space I have. But something to behold. 71. That's what? 11, 44 seasons he's managed to dodge a coffin. But yeah, pretty good. And you? How have you been? But I did a lot of decorating and the small stuff I wanted to finish on this. So I'll get this run done. We'll do some fencing and some closing down on that other side. Summer comes in, then we'll get back into the plants. Yeah, I did it in the summer. It's much easier because you can see the colour scheme. You know, and how something would look, you know, once the plants are in bloom. But it definitely needed a splash of colour.
It was nice seeing you. Welcome.
No. Get rid of this junk as quick as I can. Okay.
Have a good day.
But the new DLC did kind of bug it a bit. There's a system in this where you could kind of turbocharge the villager's experience to kind of max out. That doesn't seem to be working. But even when it was turbocharged, it literally took years to max out a settler. Now it's at a snail's pace.
How can I help you?
Now while I'm here, I'll just check this here. This volume, see, is it okay?
Here, I'll just check this
Yep.
here. This volume sees.
Now, these two quickly. Get you. We need to get back as quick as we can. But this game will keep you going all the time. There's always something to do. That's why it never gets boring, I suppose. You don't have too much, except for winter, maybe.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk. You be safe.
There we go.
How is life treating you?
Oh yeah. We need to get right into the animal paddocks. I've done some of it last season. Where are we going? And I've closed down the area around the mill. That's pretty much done as well. Sometimes I see something that I think might look good and I kind of hit it up again, but I think I've run out of room down there.
How do you need anything? Good luck. No. How best prices in the area? Good luck.
There we go.
How are you?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of time gone into that settlement. I don't know. Probably the most time I've ever spent on one. Out from Fallout 4, I'd say. But I'm not really sure how much time I spent on it, to be honest. But it seems like a long time.
Maybe I'll start. After so much
Greetings. Goodbye,
that was quick.
dear.
Yeah, we didn't lose any animals. No, we're good. We can do a straight run on this. We'll just keep an eye out for that special vendor.
Great. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Take care.
Right, almost at the halfway stage.
Hello?
Oh, not too bad all together.
Let me show you my wares. Have travelers sometimes get on my
Greetings.
nerves.
Goodbye, dear. Can I help? Do you need anything? Take care.
As if they owned them.
Ah, you trade is in my nature.
And now we're getting there.
It was nice.
Where are we? What did I do? I went straight to Denica, didn't I? I should have gone to Gostovia.
How can I help you?
I picked the wrong one. It doesn't matter. I think it's there we should have gone to, isn't it? Yeah.
Have a good day.
This is Denica. It is. Yeah, okay.
How do
Let's
you
give
do?
it next time. I think it's this one we needed. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it was here I needed to go. We'll just go straight to Gostovia and then we'll bypass Denica.
How are
Yeah. Yeah, I went a little bit wrong on that one.
you? Goodbye.
Not that it makes much of a difference.
Greetings. Best prices in the area.
Okay, we've got rid of that junk. Now.
Farewell.
Now Gostovia. I've got enough tools for a few seasons anyway, so at least one. Maybe 2 seasons, so we're good to go.
How can I help you?
Now. There's some gear on this, but this guy doesn't seem to be spawning it in whenever I find him. It doesn't really make much of a difference, so I can eventually use something else, I suppose. But no rush yet. Oh, pay taxes, isn't it? Yeah.
How do you do? Best prices in the area. Take care.
Ah, another client. Welcome. I'll be safe.
There she is.
How another client. Welcome.
Okay, one guy left. And that, where's that tax guy?
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Oh, we got it all. Right. That's spare time. How much, what are we paying anyway? What's that, 18.5 or I think it's 16.5 grand. That's a lot of tax. There, that's out of the way. Now we've already done Danica, we've just got 3 more spots to hit.
Hello
Go
there.
to this one here. Esnica. Okay. I think it's time we finished off the last of the fencing on that right hand side.
Great. I've been a vendor since before you could walk. He hope to see you soon.
He always wastes so many arrows. How have you only goods of the highest quality? Good
Okay, that's too bad. 2 more. 2 vendors in the next one then. Oh, it's... where is he? There he is. That vendor should show up in one of those next 2
What
spots.
can I do for you?
It's usually Hornicum.
Another client? Welcome. It was nice seeing you.
Now, the hunter, where are you?
How
Good luck.
Perfect. Right. Let's get these over with.
How can I help you?
Oh, let's see, our vendor here. This vendor has been getting in some real rubbish. Yeah, but 1 settler living to 71 is ridiculous. Here we go.
Well, another client. Welcome. Be safe. You never fails to take my breath.
Okay, it is Hornica.
Hello. Want to see
Oh,
my wares?
I didn't check my inns. Might have turned up at my inn as well as possible. Very, very possible. Right, last village.
Hello there.
Looks like it's my village that vendor is at.
My wares never disappoint. Take care.
Hello there. Best goods in the realm. There. Goodbye.
Adventure.
Oh, it's you. So long.
Right. let's see.
Hello there. Only the best products here. See you around.
2 more vendors left and we're done.
I love. How is the... Like, see you around.
How do you... Whatever you need, I've got...
Now, apparently, that vendor might be at our spot. Let's just get rid of this junk and everything. Pretty much. Okay. That's it.
Have a nice day.
We're done. Yeah, vendor's not here, so yeah, I didn't check my taverns. Oh, apparently. Okay, let's get back.
How are you?
I'm checking out the color scheme in it during the summer, we'll see. All of this has been done. There's a ton of it, actually. That was the final one. It was way too bare. Where's the special vendor? You kidding me? Oh yeah. There she is.
Oh, it's your best in the realm.
Not a thing. That's just rubbish. All rubbish. Yeah. I was using those, but I have enough now. That's a pity. Let's see, do we need anything? Not really. Okay. Let's sell off some of this junk. That's that.
Yeah, good lad. Miracle, it's more than a grumble.
Now let's see if we got anything we need to dump. We can hit this early morning. Yeah, it's almost time to sleep. Oh, I didn't really buy anything, not this time. There's nothing there, any rubbish. Okay.
Something so small can produce
Yeah, all of this kind of stuff. Literally. Looks a bit better in the summer. This is the most important one I shut down here. Yeah, well, basically got this done as well. I don't know, I don't think I can really squeeze much more in there. Pretty much the same here. Ah, sugar. So that's pretty much done. and this. Well, basically, once I've 100% done, I'll wait till summer, and give it one clean over, and that's it. Finished. Yeah, I think that's all I can do really on this here. I'll leave in the berries. Why not? I think we're pretty good here as well. Well, there's a lot of animals out and about here, so I don't want to congest it up too much. That would be alright. We need to sleep. Oh, we'll sleep down where we'll be working. Still need some bric-a-brac in these, and I haven't really decided yet, but I had other stuff to keep me busy. So I finished this area. This took a bit of working out, believe it or not. Yeah, so I think that's it really on this one. Basically the same as the other side is exactly the same. I did give every area another once over with these here. And it took a bit of time. It's just a little bit more I needed. You know, for that little bit of colour. It was looking pretty sparse. Yeah, it took an entire season actually, so it's about an hour more. Basically all of this. And all of the other side as well. I made sure and finished that. Get it out of my system. Okay, let's sleep. Let's see if we can finish the paddocks. And have a look at oh, hi Terry. I'm going to have a look at the NPCs as well, see do I need to rotate them. And how have you been? Probably, yeah, the weather's not good. Now, okay. Did a bit on this as well. So let's clean them up one by one. We'll figure out what looks best on these. So this is what I've done in it so far. Well, first of all, I concentrate on all the areas we finished already. You know, with the plants giving it that splash of colour. Got the trees in here, finished that bottom section down there. This is next up, really. And that will get us everything done on this side. Then maybe the park. Then the orchards. We'll mix it up a bit. Oh, hi Retro. Yeah, I'd refrain from any chocos. And good evening, Retro. How have you been? Early morning for me. So, okay, let's do the cleanup. And then we'll have a look at it and we'll see what's the best way to proceed. Whatever we do here, we'll kind of mimic it a bit on the other side. just need to clean it up first. I think I can do a little bit more with those trees. Yeah, we'll see. Well, we're obviously going to be using a lot of the haystacks. I think that's a given. Oh, that thing, yeah. I was reading up on the latest events from BGS, Terry. You know that new DLC thing they brought out, that one something sands it's called, Scorch Sands or something like that, whatever it's called. You know, that thing because of the TV series. Well, lots of players have been having trouble there, making their settlements and such. They're all being damaged. So it's pretty buggy. But BGS has said it's no problem, because now on the store they're selling a robot to fix it up. Oh my good god! Yes, I've heard it. Yeah, the bot, WiseBot does that automatically. It's pretty good. I had a job interview today on Zoom. They gave me the wrong time, so I missed it. Oh, yeah, you'll have to reschedule soon. Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, I don't know. Can those guys release anything without messing it up? What's this? How many times in a row? 7, I think. It's got to be some kind of record. Yeah? It identifies any bots coming in. It doesn't matter anyway, Terry. They're really, the really hard case guys will just DM you. Just, block them. Do you remember when I was streaming here 2 days ago and I got a DM message from a tag I didn't recognize, and I told you. I said, I guarantee you know what it is. Some person trying to sell me emotes and, swindle kind of thing. But anyway, I played with them a bit. I'm sure it's AI. They were doing it by some kind of AI. Brief conversation, blah blah blah. How long have you been streaming? Do you ever think about growing your channel? And I said, no. I said, I don't care about growing my channel. I knew it was a bot. And then I said something else, but no response to that, so literally knew it was a bot. And, may I suggest something? What was it again? Yeah, may I suggest it said, how to grow your channel. I said, well, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, I said something like, well, number one would be not, buying stuff from unsolicited vendors. And I told them, well, I just banned them really, But what they're doing is there's probably kids out there streaming, and I'll send them $20, or even worse again, give them a credit card number. Oh my good god. Yeah, I was looking into it, yeah. Well, there's no problem to deal with bullies online. Just block them. Simple as that. Pretty straightforward, solution. It's different if you're going to school. You have to go to school with people. You'd have to face these guys. So then you could look into it for. But as I said before, Terry, bullies, toxic people, idiots, no problem. Big button there. Just push it. And that's it. Yeah. The winter blues, yeah. Yeah, a very, very simple thing to solve on social media. I suppose there's some kids out there that wouldn't realize it's as easy as just pushing a button. I thought Twitch were cutting down on these scammers, coming in and preying on kids on this on Twitch, but apparently not. Those guys couldn't get them to moderate a duck fight. That's not too bad. We'll clean it up. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Really, yeah? No, it doesn't. I've got death threats, Retro. Yeah. I literally got death threats and stuff like that from just random idiots. I thought it was funny and I just blocked them and obviously reported them. Stuff like that. You always get that kind of stuff. But I had a troll on here before. It was pretty surprising. Social media is a nasty little cesspool, isn't it? You know what I mean? If there's not some psychopaths out there trying to dox you or maybe track you down, they're bullying you or doing something like that, then you've got pedos. Oh my good God. And you've got scammers. This Twitch is infested with scammers. And it's always the same thing. Artist. Yeah, we're artists. Now, some of them might be okay. I don't know. But, like, if somebody contacts you for work, well, that's a red flag, But that message I got, very, very easy to, even before you answer, to figure out that it's a scammer. Number one, I checked her channel. They had 2,400 followers, but had no videos and were not monetized. Well, I'm not monetized either, so I can understand that. But the no videos, I cannot understand. And, of course, their profile was an attractive female, kind of early 20s, typical stuff, you know what I mean? And they hadn't streamed in like 3 weeks. So, that was a big enough red flag for me. But it was in Spanish. Yeah, so I don't know where they're from. But that could be a lot of countries, really, and they speak Spanish. But, guys, is that not against terms and conditions to, randomly contact people on Twitch trying to sell them stuff? Surely. Even if you weren't scamming. Surely that must be in the terms and conditions somewhere. I know it's really shady. But what's been happening is either A, three things can happen if you deal with those kind of people. Number one, which is probably the most likely, they've picked up stuff for free off the internet and they'll just send it to you and charge you for it. So that's the most common scam. The other one is even worse. And that one is they have some, stuff that's copyrighted. They give it to you. You get a strike for it. And then there's the other one where they're trying to get into your bank account, or they'll send you zero and just plain, just straight out scam you. Yeah, ban, absolutely. No, but it was AI, guaranteed. It was probably some overweight guy in his mum's basement. And he had those bots out to maybe... Well, the way they look at it, Retro, if they send out that message to maybe 1,000 people, you know, they might get 10 people to bite, you know? And it will most definitely be kids. You know, that don't understand. But yeah, the most surprising troll and the biggest idiot and hypocrite I've ever met on Twitch. I was streaming, this would have been about maybe 9 months, a year ago, maybe, Retro. But I was chatting and the usual thing. And then he typed in, you know, it wasn't even hi, his first message. Yeah, it's infested. The irony is, last year Twitch said they're implementing a new system where they're going to crack down on bots. Actually, it's the traffic has doubled since then. Yeah, Twitch. Good God. How does a company so incompetent get so big? No natural selection in business at all today, you know that. When these companies fall, they'll fall hard. But yeah, he came on my channel. His first text message was exclamation mark OF. So that's like an OnlyFans thing, isn't it? That stupid thing, that soft porn, that kind of stuff that Twitch does as well. Although I think OnlyFans is a little bit more hardcore. But I laughed it off, obviously, as a joke. I said something like, "Oh, we're just a bunch of geriatrics here," you know. Nah, that didn't stop this guy. You know, he started, exclamation mark, hairy hobbit. Yeah, something he's seen on YouTube. A big man-child. But I told him anyway I had enough. I was going to say some things to him, but it was just, what was the point? Just what he wanted. So, yeah, I banned him. So you're allowed one message after being banned. And he sent one and he said, I was a hypocrite. And because I called him an idiot, I was a hypocrite. And he wanted another shot in the arena. So I checked out his channel. This was the surprising thing. His channel was about 2 years old, Retro. And he was doing a push to become an affiliate. Right? And he said on his profile, you know, obviously I want people to watch, but, you know, kind of behave yourself while you're here. Really? This was the guy that called me a hypocrite. It was okay to come over and troll on my channel, but he didn't want it on his. And I still reported him. I don't think Twitch took him down. They should have. But imagine that. Trolling on your account when you've had it for about 2 years and you're kind of working to make affiliate on it. Biggest idiot I've ever seen. At least, you know, have a throwaway account for doing this. It's not looking good in the UK. I've seen some threats on the BBC News from other country not meaning names. I wouldn't mind the BBC. You know. It's called scaremongering and silliness. Yeah. No, I knew they wouldn't take him down. They didn't. They won't take a channel down. Basically, to get a channel taken down, Retro, you would have to give death threats to maybe about a dozen other channels. Yeah. Before they take you down. Yeah. Idiot. And it's always the same demographic, these kinds of trolls. Always the same age group, same demographic. Oh, just clean this up and then we'll start decorating. Oh, let's see what we can do with it. We'll have to obviously leave a little bit of room, but first things first. Fair enough. Oh, this is pointless, obviously, cleaning this, but just to, when I'm fixing it up, I'll give it a once-over. And this happens every season, so once I'm finished the settlement here, I'll wait till summer, and then I'll give it a once-over. And that's it, I can upload it. Maybe do a little tour or something like that. It's just cleaned up. And someone told me about OnlyFans. I thought it was a fan. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're actors and actresses, all right. Yeah. Oh, nasty, nasty, nasty stuff. Yeah, absolutely. But it goes to show you, too, the people out there, you know, supporting that industry. I don't know retro, to be honest, but the sheer amount of, and I don't mind to be cruel, but you know, people that would hang out on these porn sites, giving tons of cash to ladies, you know, to pretend to have a relationship with them. I don't know how much more beta can you be, you know? Really letting the side down. You know, you can be a guy and you can be like, okay, you don't have to be toxic or anything, but that, I think that's kind of pushing a little bit, you know, in the other direction, to be honest. They're the kind of guys you get as trolls, you know? Well. Now almost done under mercy. Now I'm gonna finish this as decently as I can, so we'll do a save after this and we'll see what looks best. Chuck in as many stores as possible as well. Well, within reason. There's still a little bit more I've got to do on these, but let's see what the rest of the decoration will be like. Okay. Alright, that's it, guys. That's our... Oh, hang on. You're kidding me. Aren't I? Yeah, there's a ton of them here. But it's definitely immersive. You know, if they were silent, it would be horrible. Yeah, they did a good job on this game. I spent a whole entire day cleaning these out, but at least we can get a good shot at this now.
I can't wait to tell my parents that I have a steady job collecting pigs' droppings.
Yep. Almost got it. Move it, hog. Yeah, okay. I think we've got it all. Pretty much. Okay. Let's get out and save this. So, let's see if we can clutter this place up a little bit. Oh, in this game, let's say you build a little paddock like this. You don't really have to. You get someone to tend to them. They'll bring feed from the store and feed them. They'll give out milk and stuff like that. And you can sell it. It goes into the food storage. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So cows will be milk, so would the goats. Pigs will give manure. That's very important. That's, you can turn that into fertilizer, and you need tons of fertilizer for the fields. Sheep for wool. You can make lighting, fixtures, clothing, tons of stuff from that. So goats and cows would be milk, pigs would be manure. What else is here as well? Sheep for wool. Yeah, but very complicated. The kind of system you'd have to set up. So let's say if you, wanted to do the sheep for wool, or anything that would give out some produce. So first of all, you get your first settler in. So he needs a house, he needs a job. He needs food and water. So now you need 2 more guys. One to get food, one to get water. So you've got that sorted out. So now you give him a job. Let's say you give him a job here as an animal tender. So now you've put him, let's say, in with the cows. So now you'll need buckets. So now you now need a lumberjack. And you need a guy in the workshop as well. So it's like, it's something like that. You need everyone in place. So you can micromanage it, but once you've got your full crew in, you can pretty much takes care of itself if you do it properly. Very, very little work on it. But in the beginning, it's nasty because you're running around doing most of the stuff yourself. Yeah, there's a lot to this game. Same when you're bringing in the crops. You need guys in to thresh the crops. Then you need farmers in, let's say, for reaping it and sowing it and adding fertilizer and tilling it. And then you need a guy making the tools. You need another guy sending him in the ore. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So everything has a reason. Now, first things first. Let me just save this. Now we'll just quickly check our settlers and then we'll see. Well, the guys I really want to keep a look at now are the guys in the farming here. I've been rotating these guys to max them out. Well, there's 2 of them anyway we can get rid of. Todd's company, Terry. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. Let's see if we can find these guys. There should be a better way of doing this, but yeah, this is the way it's done. It's not really set up for this. Go alphabetical. Now, where is that farmer? Yeah, okay. So we can put him in as a hunter, I'd say. Well, hunter or herbalist. Either one would do. Yeah, just got to make sure I rotate these guys. What about hunting? There. We'll put you in there. Okay. There we go. That's him out of the way. Now, let's check the other guys. Okay. Now there's this guy. What's his name? Okay, let's check him out. Let's see, we rotate this guy. He appears a farmer. Yeah, well, this guy, yeah, we can put him almost anywhere. Alright, well, let's see. Can we get him in as a hunter? We could. We could get him in as a hunter. Let's get him in as a hunter. There we go. Now, that's enough on that anyway. Yeah, okay, we'll put them back in the fields because we'll need these guys to finish. Probably, Terry. Okay. This can be very confusing, but you'll get used to it after a while, Retro. Very, very confusing. Let's get these guys back in a job. I want them to finish roughly around the end of the season, so... Oh, where's the other guy? There he is. Or she is. Okay, that should be the one. Yeah, we're pretty much okay. Let's check that little guy and see how he's doing. Yeah, he's okay as well. Right. I think we're good to go. Let's check extraction for a moment. Yeah, I think those guys were pretty much finished anyway. It's just the farmers and the hunters really I was working on this one. Oh, hi Blaster. And how have you been? You tried, you did. Now, let's save this, guys. So, what have you been up to, Blaster? Just chilling. Nice. Now, I'll light up one of these cigarettes and then we'll go. So, we need to fill this area, we need to decorate it, but like all of these kind of building survival games, they never really put in enough decorating items, do they? You did. Yeah, you've got a fondness for those terms. Well, obviously we'll have to start putting in some haystacks and junk. Well, we'll do the classic, we'll go 4 corners, but this is the large hay pile, which I think might be a bit much, to be honest. Yeah, it is. So let's see the medium. This one is the medium. It's still a bit iffy, to be honest. Okay, let's say we go with the small guys. Yeah, okay, we'll corner this anyway for starters. I'll sort the other ones in a moment. We just need a splash of colour around here. It's a big area, so it'll take us a while, obviously, to kind of get through this, but we'll get it eventually. Getting off work, nice. Getting some time to relax. You failed, you did. But usually decorating on something would take twice as long as actually building it. But on this, it's more like 3 times. I won't be playing this again probably ever, so might as well give this a good shot. It's a great game, but yeah, there's only so much time you can spend on any game. You know, if you've got all the achievements, you did everything on it, you've built on both maps, oh, what's the point after that? be coming with lots more in a moment. This is just the first little run at this. Really? Ah. No, it's a tiny bit chilly here. It's just how I like it, actually. But it might not even be the case. It just might be my blood pressure on my feet, you know. But I've always found the UK to be quite cold, Terry, to be honest. You know, even back in the 80s and when I was living there. And I visited a lot of times as well for a few weeks, you know, for certain occasions and that. And still, the last time I think was about 10 years ago. Yeah, about 10 years ago. My God, it was cold. It was like Siberia. It was November. I went to a funeral, my sister-in-law. But it took me 2 weeks to get warm after that. Oh, they'll probably give you medication for that then if it's high. And you shouldn't be at your age. And it's possible. Maybe it's something got to do with the medication you're taking. Like, even high blood pressure at my age is not really the norm. I should have getting at least another 10 years. Yeah. I'm more than 20 years senior. And even then it was a bit early for me. I remember when my dad got high blood pressure, but he would have been in his very late 60s, you know. But yeah, it can happen. It's not common, but it can happen, I suppose, at any time. Depends on a lot of factors. Genetics and, you know, what you've been consuming, you know, let's say over the decades. It never helps being overweight for, you know. But then there's overweight and then there's obese. Being a little bit overweight is okay. Especially as you get older, it's a sort of natural thing. But, you know, you want to be keeping it in check. Sweeties, that's the thing you have to avoid. Yep. And like any other addiction, they're reasonably easy to get out of. You don't want you to deprive yourself of those sweeties for a couple of months. Yeah, it's not that hard. But if you look down and you can't see your feet, then it's time to stop the sweeties. Yeah. So you've put on a bit of weight since then. It can be a side effect of medication as well, so, you know. But remember what I said. You know, just eat healthy enough. Eat often and eat little. Yeah. Basically. Stupid sheep. Gotta wait till that idiot gets out of the way. Eight to 18. Oh, to be honest, I'm not really familiar with women's sizes, but it seems to be quite a distance to go, alright. Never, no. I've seen my sons play it, I don't think it's my thing. But, you know, if you were in the farming industry and you had kids that would be kind of taking over your role later, I could see where it would, yeah, make sense. kind of get them interested at an early age, I suppose. Not that that would really, anything you'd learn would really travel over. Then there was another one. Goat Simulator. You remember that? Oh, hi Alex. And how have you been? Yeah. Your tag came up the same colour as Terry's. I thought I was speaking to Terry for a moment. So how have you been, Alex? It's been a while. How have you been keeping? Yeah, there was another one, Goat Simulator. I remember that. Yeah, my son's actually playing that one. Well, it's getting very dark. I think it's time for us to sleep. Just get this last one in. Right. Let's get some shut-eye. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they will take a lot of time. They can be very, very time-consuming. Especially if you're busy, of course. Ah, that's good. That's good to hear. So, have you been playing anything new lately, or just keeping busy with work all the time? Yeah, Alex, we met on Fallout, wasn't it? Yeah, that was quite some time ago. What, maybe 2 years, is it? You can create an entire map. Nice, nice. I was thinking of going there, yeah? For some, be on a diet. Oh, okay. You're going to that place whose name we shall not mention, yeah? No Man's Sky, but it's yeah, it will be in the beginning. They make it kind of vague. It was the same for me. You'll get used to it pretty quick. Retro. What you need to do on that is, when you're following the main quest line. So, when you're trying to get the quest up again, you'll have to highlight the quest again, and kind of, hit it like that, and then it'll appear on the side. Now, whenever in doubt about who to see or what to do, get on the anomaly, talk to Polo or Nada, and then there's some other guys there. Yeah, they won't give you any triangles over their head, and they're pretty vague. But just keep yapping with those guys, and you should be able to progress in the quest. That for me was the biggest issue, not knowing what to do next.
Finally, the winter's over.
Now, okay. Let's get back to it, guys. Where are we? Oh yeah, this is what I've been doing here, Alex. It's probably the biggest settlement I've ever done. And this Unreal 4 engine it's pretty cool, to be honest. It takes a lot of abuse. I must have tens of thousands of items on this. Not to mention all of the trees, which have animation as well. Oh, hi Pokemons. And how have you been? What have you been up to? So I didn't really go slack either on the decorating. Lots and lots, and that's nothing to what I've actually laid down inside. Anything you see on yellow though has been placed by me from my menu. And all of those decorations there. So that's every single house would have probably at least something like a dozen items as well. Oh, the NPCs, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, it'll get better for you. Yeah, not too bad. Still surviving. Can't complain. No, not in this one. I'm on console, Alex. I'm not even sure if there is mods. There probably is on PC. But I finished a large settlement before the DLC came out. And that was on the Oxbow map. That one was pretty much finished. But the DLC came out a few days later, so I said I'll get it. It was just a $5. And basically, it gives us the ability to grow our own trees and to move them. That for me was a game changer because, right from the start I wanted a kind of a forested settlement. But on the other one we went for more of an open thing, where each tree on that was kind of precious and we kind of built round it kind of thing, because we couldn't replace it, Here, not so much. Yeah, this is on Xbox. It's been on Xbox for a few years, I think. Yeah, it might be on Game Pass, I'm not sure. But speaking of... Discord is doing something new as well. I heard. I was watching a YouTube video on it. Basically, they're putting a system on that Nitro thing they're doing, where you can buy games and gift them, apparently. So they're probably getting themselves into the gaming stuff as well. Everyone is doing it. That's going to be interesting to see. Unfortunately, I'm still having chest pain. Yeah. They're giving me injection Friday. Hopefully that works. What's next? Morphine. Oh, horrible. Did they get to the root of your chest pain? It could be a bunch of things. Usually with something like that, that might even be the chest pain, which is, sometimes mistaken for, well, it's almost indistinguishable from a heart condition, would be an ulcer. Did you get checked for an ulcer? It gives a really crushing chest pain. Yeah. But if you are diagnosed with one of those, I would recommend a medication called Nexium. It's not an opioid or anything. It's just an acid neutralizer. It's the only one that worked for me. On Xbox. Oh, I see. You got ID'd again on Xbox. Really? Oh yeah, you're in the UK. They're not doing it here yet. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So how would they work that one, Pokemons? Would you need surgery for that, or... Yeah, probably. I remember my dad back in the 60s had a massive operation on his intestines and that was back pretty much in the Stone Age, It was a complete and perfect success. Yeah. The pancreas, yeah. The pancreas controls sugars, isn't it? Yeah. Insulin and stuff like that. Well, a cyst would be formed from a small injury where the white blood cells would have, kind of gone crazy and created that kind of bone-like structure thing. Yeah. 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 Is next, but yeah, it will need to be removed in 10 months. It's been 5 years. Yeah. Yeah, if it's, well, the cyst I know about would be spherical. Just like a spear. From what I know of a cyst, it's formed from an old injury. The white blood cells obviously would heal a wound, but they kind of mess up and they kind of overdo it. The white blood cells will kind of pack together, and it always goes in because of, the pressure from the sides, always like a soccer ball. Yeah. I remember when, I was just a kid, I think in my mid-20s. And I had a tiny lump on my eyebrow. And I thought it was maybe a blackhead or something. So, like all kids, I went to the mirror and I kind of started squeezing on it. But it eventually popped. But it was actually a cyst. Yeah. It was tiny. It was about maybe the size, well, not that tiny, but it was about the size of maybe the head of a match. Yeah. It real spongy, I remember. But in my family, we seem to be prone to cysts at the eyebrow thing. But I remember my brother, actually, this was about 4 years ago, he had some minor surgery on his eyebrow to get one removed. But he didn't pop it, I suppose, when it was time. Yeah. But just a minor, you know. And it probably formed then. I would imagine so, yeah. But the good news is it's a simple enough thing, you know. Yeah, it's a simple enough thing. It's definitely not, a risky procedure. Yeah, well, at least you found out what it is, you know. Yeah. Very, very, very fixable. I wish you the best of luck on that. Yeah, thank goodness. Now, let me see, guys. I think I'm going to get some... What's this? Yeah, okay, I'll go with the iron brew. Why not? Yeah. It could be even a minor thing can do it. With mine, it was probably an ingrown eyebrow, and white blood cells, just went nuts. And formed a tiny cyst, which will grow after a while because it will keep reinfecting the area under the skin. Yeah, they need to get it removed. Like I've seen on documentaries, and how could I put this? I've seen some massive ones being removed. Even from someone's head. And it went really, really perfect. Very, very low odds procedure. Absolutely, yeah. Now let me just get something to drink. But yeah, there seems to be we seem to have a trait in our family for developing those, let's say, around the eyebrow area. Oh, no problem. That's what I'm here for, to chat mostly. The game is a secondary thing, Pokemon's. Now, let's get going. But yeah, I hope everything turns out well, but to be honest, I think it will. I think it will go perfectly, But, yeah, it needs to be removed as quickly as possible. Kind of, yeah. You need to eat and you need to drink. But you can drink water from a stream and it's everywhere. And food is easy to get, But if you bring too many settlers in at the start, it might be a bit of a challenge, let's say, to feed all of those guys as well. Yeah. Yeah, it should be okay. I've known dozens and dozens of people that had those removed from what you would imagine to be kind of risky areas with zero hiccups, Yeah. Zero. Wow. All right. There we get this last one in. Okay, we've got the first batch in. Now we quickly check our settlers. Now, I need to do something with these guys. There's something I want to check here in a moment. Well, these little guys here. There's about 4 of them that we'll have to look at. 1 centimeter. Yeah, it's actually quite big. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. The head of a match. Oh, a centimeter is actually pretty big. Yeah. Centimeter is massive, actually. It would probably be in the millimeters. Here let's say we do meters and centimeters. So I think a centimeter is like 2 centimeters will be over an inch. I think it's been ages since I used a measuring tape. But if it's a centimeter, it's quite big. But the very first time I got kidney stones, a lot Pokemons. But I was suffering and didn't know it would kidney stones for about 5-6 years. You know, when I was in my late teens. But eventually they tracked it down anyway. And the guy said, "Oh," he said, "I don't know how we missed this." He said, "Yeah, 1 inch, is it? Yeah, about 2.5. Yeah, so a centimeter would be about half an inch. That's a big guy, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah." He said, "But we found the kidney stone." He said it was hard to track down because it was almost entirely made from phosphorus. So he said it's 2 centimeters. He said. So I laughed at him. I said, "No." I said, "It couldn't be." I said, "You probably mean 2 millimeters." "No," he said, "it's 2 centimeters." So I had a kidney stone that was almost an inch. Yeah, it was almost an inch. It was huge. Yeah. But I still always, I just couldn't really adapt to the metric system. I would always do inches and feet. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's actually quite big, 1 inch. So yours is 1 centimeter, so it would be just under half an inch. Yeah, I had a kidney stone that was just under an inch. Yeah, that was, oh God, that gave me a lot of problems. But apparently, the tiny ones are more painful when it comes to kidney stones, and more dangerous because they can get trapped in the urinary tract and stuff like that. But to be honest, getting the kidney stone out was horrible. I had lithotripsy, so that's not too bad. They just send sonic waves in and break it down. But it was so big once it smashed up. They were afraid, obviously, that it would get stuck somewhere, so they had to put in a stent. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, horrible. Yeah, horrible. Awful, wasn't it? Yeah. I get them about every 3-4 years since my mid-20s. So I think I've had a procedure for them about 4 times now. Maybe a bit more. But yeah, did you get the no, obviously they operated on you. Well, here, let's say when they're breaking down a large stone, they're afraid of something like that happening. So they'll put in a stent, and stent basically is a very long kind of plastic tube. So they would kind of push that, they'd actually just put it inside your urinary tract. And I seen an X-ray of it. It was kind of like a kind of coiled, kind of cobra. But no joking, this thing was probably a foot long. Yeah. Yeah. Gallbladder. Yeah, never had that problem. But it's a massive problem on the female side of my family. All my aunties and my sisters had gallstones. Guys, on my family, it's kidney stones. But, developing kidney stones or gallstones is a combination of a lot of things, Retro. Genetics, the local water table, and of course the stuff you consume. All 3 would be a factor in that. Absolutely. The stent. Oh, horrible. Yeah. Absolutely. No problem. Yeah. But, yeah. You know how it goes in. It's horrible, isn't it? They actually kept me awake for that one, Pokemon's. Yeah. I do know my GP was not impressed. Yeah, he phoned them up and complained, I think. I shouldn't have been awake. But, I felt most of it. Yeah. It was horrible. Now, the only thing we could do with something like that, we would kind of... Well, we'd have no choice. There's only one plant here that might... We might be able to get away with this, I suppose. Let's say we go... We gotta be neat on this as well, guys, so... Yeah. Okay, maybe. Okay, we'll do them at each side. We need 4 around these. You love the medical stuff, yeah? Oh, horrible. Yeah, she was probably really suffering. That poor lady. Her fingernails stopped growing and she had it checked out. Well, it's usually it would start with toenails, but if there's a problem, if the growth has slowed down in your fingernails, it's probably a lack of blood supply. Yeah, it's most definitely probably. As you get older, a lot of things happen. Your toenails and well, especially your toenails will become more brittle. This is normal enough, once you start getting towards around 60ish, and they will kind of deform. Usually if you're looking at your toenail, let's say at an angle, it's a nice kind of almost like a crescent moon kind of thing, and they're very flexible, so they won't give you trouble. But there's two things can happen. They can kind of grow more like a kind of staple, and they'll start to dig down into your skin as they grow. Sometimes they can go up, but usually it's down. That's how mine are going. And when you cut them, there's no snap anymore. It's just a dull, They can thicken as well over time and discolor. If you get really old as well, they'll even start to resemble claws, to be honest. But they get a horrible colour, let's say, as you get older as well. But a slowing of growth and a discolouring is usually lack of blood supply, which could be, well, the number one cause would be blood pressure. And then there's other conditions as well, obviously. And I only know this because I'm in that boat, You know what it's like when something affects you and then you'll kind of look it up, But, all you can do, no matter how old you get or ill you get, is just keep on going till you can. That's it, really. No sense in worrying about it too much. Unless the time you have will be very much diminished. No pain. No, I don't get any pain from mine either. To be honest, I thought it was a toenail infection at the start. But then it was both of them, and what's the chance of getting a double toenail infection? But I looked into it anyway, and yeah, that's what it seemed to be. Then I double checked with my GP, and yeah, he agreed. It's just getting old and decrepit and mummified while you're still alive. Yeah. But she had no pain, let's say. But yeah. Well, I don't have any pain, but I'll tell you what, let's say. My foot here, obviously from lack of blood supply, you get that, like you've just slept on your arm kind of thing. And, once the blood starts to kind of rush back in, I'll get that horrible burning sensation, which is very uncomfortable, you know. I've been getting this for about 12 months before I was diagnosed with high blood pressure Pokemons, and I was absolutely sure it was nerve damage. Goes to show you do about self-diagnosis, doesn't it? Because, let's say, in my career, I did do a lot of digging and stuff. Let's say when I was, putting in ponds and things like that. So, there's places where you can't get machinery in, so you'd have to kind of hoof it. So I kind of blamed that, but no, it wasn't. It was actually blood pressure. So I probably had blood pressure on the high side for maybe about a year before it was diagnosed. Like walking on grass. Oh. Yeah. With me, it feels like the sole of my foot got scalded by water. But I've got a range of problems. The kidney stone thing. I've got a Bowes disc in my neck, which is probably my main problem. That massive sciatica because of that. So you'll get the muscle pains. I've got the ulcer, of course. And probably a few other things as well. But there's so many things probably that they're all fighting to kill me, and they can't because, there's too many of them there. They're tripping over each other. Like walking on glass. Oh, yeah, the kind of sharp pain. Yeah, mine is something similar to that, but I wouldn't say glass. If I was to explain, let's say, the pain on my foot, it's more like you're walking on a burn, or your foot has been scalded. Yeah. It is, isn't it? Do you know the irony of it, Pokemons? Up till I got to my late 30s, early 40s, I was almost immortal. I think, maybe once every 2 or 3 years I picked up a cold. I'd pretty much hammer out within 24 hours with very little symptoms. Yeah, I was almost immune to everything. Yeah. And then, you know what I mean? That was it then. Total downhill. It's like that was kind of saved up and now I'm getting it back in spades. The body is a fascinating thing, Pokemons. It is, of course. But I think as you get older too, the stress and strain you put your body through and the junk that you eat, you, as my dad would say, you eventually pay for your sins. Your body is just like any other piece of machinery, I suppose, except we cannot change the parts. There is a certain amount of wear and tear, so, depending on how lucky you are and, what kind of career you chose, there's a lot of factors. All you can do is just keep on going, really, It is what it is. But yeah, after my neck injury, it was looking like, I was getting close to being paralyzed on that one. That was probably my my most stressful time. But they wanted to operate, but they said it was far too risky. So, let's say they'd leave it for a while, see what would happen, and if they had no choice, operate. So within about 5 months of that, well, obviously in the beginning the pain was, I couldn't even explain the pain. Just goes beyond the words. But it went down to about 10% of that, which I found to be tolerable. So now let's say from the original pain, it's about 3 or 4% of it, I say. And I don't even notice it anymore. They wanted me to take the opiates and stuff, but I wouldn't do so. And the reason being that, this is pretty much a lifelong condition. So that would mean, I'd be taking them forever. And no. So this is really why I got into gaming. I found, let's say, I got back into gaming. Well, I've always been a gamer, but started to put more time into it. And it distracted me a lot. And then eventually after a while I decided to stream and met some friends and chat and kind of went from there. Well, no, opiate is it's definitely habit forming. It's got some serious consequences. It's something that should kind of be taken, let's say, as a last resort for a very limited amount of time. Yeah, but medical companies are making a fortune from it. They've also been doing research retro into kind of alternative stuff. One in particular apparently had 100 times or something the power of morphine with zero addiction, and that would have been the pufferfish poison. You know that one, that deadly pufferfish poison? But I didn't hear anything about it since, But, like, something like that would be fantastic. People could deal with their pain without addiction. But I would imagine shares in medical companies would plummet by about 80% if that happened. Because, as far as I know, and this is just a rough guess, I would say that all opiates sold legally from medical companies, I would say 60 to 70% of those are not needed. They're just feeding people that have been addicted, Absolutely, yeah. Well, they've got plausible deniability, retro, because they sell it to chemists and, it's supposed to be going to people that need it. But because the nature of the thing is addiction, and lots of people get addicted to them, and, you gotta have some sympathy for them, through no reason of their own. They've got some serious pain issues. They go to the doctor, subscribes the medication and doesn't really explain to them the stuff that's going to happen. And then before you know it, they're addicted, Yeah. That's another thing as well, I suppose. If you're taking some heavy pain medication, you won't get a tolerance to it, I've managed to do it now with it so far, and I will keep going as long as I can. But sometimes it's it's an absolute pain in the backside. You get your bad days, and I mean really bad days. But it's still better than taking those, I suppose. And the way I look at it is, if it ever comes a day where I have no choice, at least, I wouldn't have a tolerance to it, So hold off as long as I can. It would literally have to be a matter of life and death, I suppose, before I would take them. But I've often felt pain, no joking. If you thought that pain was not going to stop, you would consider jumping out a window. Yeah, that's real pain. Pain so bad that you get physically sick. That's when you know you're in trouble. Absolutely, yeah. I hope it does. Okay. We said we're going to do this. But yeah, believe it or not, gaming helps me a lot. There are lots of people that would, let's say, try and forego the pain medication as long as possible and find something else to distract. And it would be some kind of hobby, no matter what it is. Mine has always been gaming, so. There's more to one's hobby than meets the eye. Yeah, there's the psychological effect of having that kind of pain all the time. Yeah, out from the pain itself. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf. Pretty good, pretty good. How have you been? I've done a massive amount of decorating on this since my 2 days off. The amount of time I put into this is crazy. But it came at a good time. I have been having a good week with my my various little tiny little health problems. But it was kind of welcome to get a distraction from it, you know? Nice. Doing well, yeah. Started renovating. Oh, nice. Doing a bit of work on that. Oh, what happened there? That's weird. Yeah, that's okay. We just hit that up the other side and then we're good to go. Yeah, there's a few of these that I just need to get rid of. They really kind of show up decently in the summer. Oh no! No problem, Terry. Speak as much as you want to or as little as you want to. Or look, it's all fine. There's quite a bit, isn't there? Oh well, it's kind of nice to have, you know, the Valheim thing. Yeah, well, we can get the animals in here, but more, it's a little bit more immersive with this one, you know. But yeah, I just need to get this out of my system. This has helped me a lot, Wolf. I've had a pretty bad few weeks, and you know, when I'm not streaming, I come in here and go mental with the decorating and stuff. For some reason, when I'm doing something like that, when my mind is occupied, I can almost forget my pain, you know. Oh, $5. Sure you can, yeah. Sure you can. Now let me get something to drink. It is, isn't it? Yeah. But I don't know. I find that, you know, if from an early age you had some discipline on yourself, you know, some kind of self-control, it is, yeah, definitely mind over matter. It's much easier. I see a lot today, you know, let's say, with younger people in particular, where the reactions are almost impulsive, you know, very, very impulsive. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, maybe we have a different way of seeing it. It depends too, I suppose, the influences you had in life. Well, thank God, let's say I was not a teenager when the internet happened. I don't know. I suppose it is a mixture of both, but nurture and nature. Absolutely, yeah. Sheer distraction. But when I overdo it on something like this, especially when it comes to decorating and the placing of objects, you know, that really, really distracts me. I think that's the number one reason really I do this. Absolutely, yeah, it's like a little zone, isn't it?
Have you ever tried to trim the goat's hooves? You'll never hear a scream like that in your entire life.
Especially when a project is, you know, starting to really how could I put this? When you start to make really good progress, you know? Okay, that's done. Just need to carry on this, and then once the summer comes, I'll show you the decorating. I did a massive amount. Even the stuff I already finished, I gave it another layer. Oh, nice. Yeah, that tends to happen, doesn't it? I used to draw a bit when I was a kid, but God, that was a long time ago. Yeah, that happens when you're trying to fit something from the side. You get it close enough. Just gotta kind of check them as we're going along. Now, let's do this. Use it or lose it, yeah? Yeah. Where's this guy? Yeah, I just want to get to summer as quickly as possible. This should only be a few minutes, and I'll give you a look and see what I've managed to get done on this. This is the nasty one here. But it's a large area we're getting out of the way. But easier than most because, you know, we can just fill it with junk. You see what I mean? There we go. Yeah, okay, this side is done. What's the time here? We'll check on the map. We need to get out of this season. Summer is a great time to build. In the game you do, yeah. You'll get all kinds of products from them. But my family, let's say, oh my God. The last time we were farmers would have been... Would have been, I'd say, just after the famine. Would have been around the 1870s. Yeah. Then they started to get into, well, from farming it went to livestock breeding. Then it went to race horses and things like that. Then it went to, what was it then? I remember checking up the history. Yeah, but it's been a long time since my family did that. But in the game, yeah, it's pretty decent. Well, this is a large area, but, you know, compared to where the houses are, this will be a cinch getting out of this, you know, compared to the other ones. Just gotta make sure that these are lined up properly. Oh, come on, don't be like that.
Someone has been buttering our king up.
That's not bad. Getting there. Pigs, cattle, yeah. Mini donkeys, and some guinea hens. Yeah, America has a massive farming industry. Here too. Probably even more so, let's say, if you take in the population count, probably. Because of international trade and stuff. Apparently the products from here are pretty decent, yeah. But I think it was my grandfather and great-grandfather, let's say, that kind of got out from the farming. It would have been probably around the start, I think, if I remember my family history well, would have been around the start of the First World War. Lots of people, let's say, would have been commissioned to, you know, for supplies and stuff. And I think my granddad was involved in that because My God, that man had so many contacts. Yeah, I don't think there was anyone he didn't know. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And they would, let's say, buy up cattle and stuff and ship it out by train. That would go to the UK, obviously for supplies during the First World War. Yeah, I think that's how it started. But his brothers would have been in the... Oh, he couldn't serve, obviously, because, he had polio. That was a thing at the time as well. He had polio. But his brothers served. And survived as well, the First World War. All his cousins. Massive amount of people signed up for that one. That would have been the First World War against Kaiser Wilhelm. After that assassination in Bosnia, wasn't it? Or was it Bosnia? One of them. But he could do his part, let's say, in supplies, which was probably, just as important. Lucky, yeah. That would have been 1950s, wouldn't it? Yeah, the 50s. Yeah, 50s. Yeah, the US has had a turbulent few decades. Let's say you had the early 1900s, there was the First World War. There was a few other skirmishes as well. Then, let's say you had, the next major one would have been Korea in the 50s. Then Vietnam in the 60s. And there was some skirmishes in Somalia as well, but, not full-scale kind of stuff. Let me see what else was there. Then, of course, the current situation. It needs a tiny bit more. There you go. That's pretty decent. Just give you that a little. There. Looks good. It was less than ideal circumstances, alright. But, let me see. My granddad did supplies, but he wasn't in the army. So he would be like a contractor. His brothers then were signed up. My grandmother's brothers, they were signed up. They were in the infantry. And I think my mum's uncle was, or a few of them were merchant navy. They would have been doing supplies. My God, yeah, that would have been. There was a time in the war when that was really. You almost had the life expectancy of a pilot, especially in the early days of submarine warfare. The merchant navy really got hit pretty bad. Yeah. And usually you had 60 to maybe 80% casualties. you know, from his thinking. But I think, let's say during the Battle of Britain, being a pilot was probably the riskiest. And even in the Second World War, I think the riskiest job then would have been a tail gunner on those B-52 bombers. Yeah, that was nasty. You know, that little bubble thing on the back where you had those swiveling guns. Yeah. But I think, let's say, the riskiest, because it was poorly thought out, was trench warfare in the First World War. I remember reading into it and the tactics they had. My God. Napoleonic tactics against machine guns and grenades. Silly. When they were attacking the lines, Suburban Werewolf, let's say when you're, you know, getting out of your trench and attacking the other side across no man's land, they were told to walk slowly towards the other side. Maybe facing 50 machine gun nests. I doubt anyone did that, to be honest, but what a piece of advice. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, wasn't it? I remember my granddad's brother's stories. Ooh. Yeah. And this was a guy, let's say, you know, he wasn't the kind of prone to exaggeration. Didn't even like to talk about it. But he would tell what he considered to be, I suppose, some humorous stories. I was probably telling you the one about where most of his unit were taken out, and he was, I think he was slightly injured or whatever. When he's coming back across no man's land, there was a German patrol, and he jumped into a crater, and there was a ton of dead bodies, and just, you know, kind of threw himself in there, hoping they would pass, obviously, because from what he said, and how true it is, I don't know, they weren't too fond of taking prisoners. But they were bayoneting the bodies, which is really horrible. And yeah, he was lucky. You know, they didn't see him. And then they eventually moved on. But he said as he was in there with a rat that they were feeding on the bodies. But he said the rat was as big as a cat and it was hissing at him and he couldn't move. You know, even if it had to chew on him, he couldn't move. The rat knew he was alive. Yeah. Horrendous, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievable. The tech comes into it a lot now. You know, there's drones, there's, you know, X amount of feet. But no matter who's fighting in war these days, you know, even if it's an advanced against a less advanced country or two advanced countries, it will always get to the stage at some part of a war where there's going to be, you know, boots on the ground. I don't think there's any way around that one. And that's where it really gets messy, you know. It really gets messy then. Vietnam was absolutely brutal, yeah.
My little miracle, it's more than a grown bull. How is that possible?
I'm so glad I settled down here.
It seems to be slow, but it's a huge area. You know, once we get this out, it'll go for its size, you know, pretty quick. But we're going to get the summer the first chance we get, because I need to see what the colours are like on this. What time is it anyway? Let me see. Oh, it's not too bad. Another 4 or 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes should do it. Absolutely, it can. Yeah, absolutely. But what tends to happen is, you know, even when, let's say most of the countries are together and they have, you know, a kind of decent enough relationship, there's so many moving parts if you think about it as a whole. You know, certain events don't happen in countries, but it usually comes from the sheer will of usually one man, you know, when something really affects the world, usually for the worst, you know. Strange too, isn't it? You know, when one man can affect so much. So enjoy it when you can. Who knows what the future will be like, Wolfo? Who knows, maybe in 50, 70 years, the entire world will be like playing Fallout 4. Or maybe we could be hit by a meteorite. We wouldn't have to worry about that. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay, that's both sides of that. So we got that junk out of the way as well. And we can do the finer stuff a little later. Yeah, it is. That should be okay. I don't know. I suppose if we woke up tomorrow, let's say, Wolf, and all technology was gone. Houses, cars, and even the knowledge, let's say, to build, you know, all of that stuff. And, you know, we had to live off the land, build our own structures, and, you know, I think most people would probably snuff it very quickly. But let's say it didn't go like Mad Max. Yeah, I think a lot of people would. I think modern living has made us a little bit maybe too soft. Oh, hi Purple Target, and how are you? Yeah, it would go something more like Mad Max, I suppose, for those who survive. You can bet your backside that Elite would have something like that, you know. Yeah. That's not too bad. We could just get to summer. I have a better idea of what I'm doing. But I think we're nearly ready to go. What time is it? We'll collect our stuff. Yeah, pretty much. About another minute. We'll just get ready for that one. Check our little settlers as well and see how they're working out. Oh, hang on. We've got to make sure that they finish the farming. Oh, good. Cool. Pretty good. Yeah, we're making some progress in this. I did a lot of decorating on this over the past 2 days, but this is what it looks like so far. And I'm just using it to kill the time, you know. It's very fun. So that's what it looks like from there. It's pretty huge, alright. You know, compared to those guys. And then, you know, from here, there's tens of thousands of items in this. But I'm really impressed with the Unreal 4 engine, to be honest. To take this kind of abuse. And the trees would have a slight animation as well. So that's obviously going to be hard on us all. Wanted... Oh, for Christmas, yeah. All survival equipment and books about surviving catastrophes. It's nice to be prepared. A bug out bag. Yeah. I'd say I might have a better chance, I'd say, than most. But obviously first priorities would be food and water. Then shelter and somewhere safe. I reckon we'd manage it. Maybe not the kids. And say goodbye to the kids. Yeah. They're gone. Well, survival of the fittest and natural selection would really take its toll there, wouldn't it? Oh, hi Momo. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's been kind of going here and I've been sidestepping it. Lucky so far I didn't catch that one. And thanks for looking. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Anytime. And I hope you recover quickly, but yeah, stay in, get some good rest, stay hydrated. You know, relax and, you know, let your body mend. Haven't been able to check out the newer updates. Seems there's more than simple shirts now. Good stuff. In this game, is it? Yeah, there was a DLC called Blessings of Nature. Purple target. And that was pretty good. Not a lot in it, there never really is, but it gave us some new plants. But the big game changer for me was it allowed us to grow our own trees and plant our own trees. And not only that, but to move them as well once they're grown. So I've been growing them outside and bringing them in. That was a big game changer for me. It let me do something I've always wanted to do in this game. The other update, yeah, not so much. I didn't bother with it. It's just some new clothing for the player. You know, a cook's outfit and Anvil's outfit. You wouldn't really use them. The free parts we got where now, let's say, pregnancies are more visible on the NPCs. Not a lot in it. I'd be surprised if it was the same devs that did it. Probably some different devs, you know. But, you know, even the Blessings of Nature, it wasn't a lot, yeah. Yeah, watch this. Let me show you. Let me just save it here. Well, these I grew in place. But what I did, because it takes about four seasons to grow them, much quicker than the normal ones. Yeah, I'll show you. These ones I planted, but the larger ones I moved into place. I grew them outside. I'll show you how it works. But you can do it with all the trees. Here, let me show you here. See what I mean? But I grew them outside, and the best thing about that is, if you want to do something in a certain way, but, you know, you have to wait 12 months... you know, for them to grow, and then you might change your mind. Just grow a ton of trees out here, bring them in, and see how it looks, and, you know. I still have a ton out here, I'll get rid of them later, but I'm still not sure. I might use a couple here and there. I've been growing these larger ones. See these guys? Cool, isn't it? Big game changer. There's no way I was getting that done. But I've only been using these. And these are quite handy to fill up small areas. You see these A-type maples? They're the only two I seem to be using. And then obviously bordering the entire settlement with the kind of the forestry trees. Those guys there. Which is something I always wanted to do. And this one here. This is my little archery range here on this, outside the hunters' cabins. Yeah, plants are not in full bloom. Gives it a nice bit of colour, you know. And this is my little croc henge. So this place it's huge. Yeah, the cutting down stuff, yeah. On the first settlement I built, Purple Target, every tree was precious, so I went out of my way to save them. Here, you don't really have to do that. I cleared the entire forest and did a layout my way, you know. Yeah, the usual thing is if you didn't take the stump, it will grow back. I've taken down that forest out there so many times. But this goes on and on and on forever. But before it was spring, where the flowers would kind of bloom and you get that splash of colour. The new plants only blossom now in summer. Well, the other ones do as well. So spring and summer, autumn, they start to die off. So now you get the full splash of colour, let's say. You know, when summer comes in. Yeah, so I've been doing a lot on... I've given this another... We'll kind of go over with some of the plants. You're talking about that kind of stuff. And this is just a tiny area of it here. This junk here is kind of annoying every season. So what I do is when I'm finished 100%, I just get to summer, clean it up, wait till the next day and save it, and that's it. And I can upload it. So I won't be kind of progressing in the game after I finish in this. So I'll pretty much always be in the same season. Same day. You'll get that splash of colour from this as well once we get to summer. Now, okay. Let's collect our stuff and we'll get ready for the next season. Oh, hang on. I can't do nothing unless this is done. Ah, sugar. Okay, we have to wait one more day. We'll have to probably give these guys a bit of a hand. Okay, we'll wait till morning. Yeah, I've only brought in the guys that need to be kind of leveled up on the farming. I think we've done about 3 days now, so maybe 4. We'll give them a hand if they're a bit slow. It's just I didn't want to bring in the guys that are already leveled up. There's less work for them to do, and yeah, farming when they get to level 9 to get to 10 takes a while. I still haven't touched this really yet, but I'll get to it. There's still other things I'm trying to get through. You could take out the stumps as well, but that would mean that the tree would never grow back, yeah. Yeah. Now, let's see what they're working on anyway. They're a bit slow, but I haven't got a ton at the minute. I think I've only got about 8 of them or so, and my god, there's a ton of crops in this. I have it up to max Purple Target, and the reason I do that is, after 3 days in the game, you've got to spend a minimum of 3 days, right? So, even if you've got it up 10 times that, you can still get to the next season in 3 days, or 4, or 5. Doing it that way, I can take my time. Sometimes I finish in 3, sometimes 4, sometimes 5. If I want to stay longer, it's not a problem, you know. But I just put it up to max. Yeah. I put it up to max on this one. But let's say you're not kind of held on that if you want to get to the next season. Once you do 3 days, you know, you can still get to the next season, which was nice. Now, let's see. What one is this? Field 11 and 12. Once 11 and 12 are done, we're done. The rest is pretty much done. Just 11 and 12. I'd like to get them to finish it. I can do it in seconds, but I'm kind of desperate to get these guys leveled up. Yeah. Oh, if you have this micromanaged enough and set, they'll pretty much feed themselves. If you've got even one hunter's cabin with 4 hunters going at 100% with 4 level 10s, they'll easily feed a population of 110, 120 NPCs, and one guy at a well could supply enough water. Yeah. So you don't have to do anything fancy. I just give these guys water and cooked meat. But I leave the stuff in the thing. If they want to take it, they can. Sometimes they do. But that's the only kind of food production I have going on this, because the other thing, you know, it just gets a little bit too complicated. I'll micromanage it later, I suppose, you know. But yeah, a couple of some good hunters will pretty much finish all that. So what was it? 11 and 12. Which one is this? This is 11. So that piece there, and what's that one? These two here. Yeah, just a little bit. That's all that needs to be done. Now, we'll just let them finish that. Because I'll have to rearrange these guys again to rotate them. Let's see where we are. How many have I got anywhere? 4, 8. Oh, there's only 8 of them. Yeah, you see what I mean? This Lamberta. I think I got those. I think they're already maxed. Let me check that Lamberta. Yeah, I've been rotating these guys. I think she's maxed. Yeah, she's maxed. Okay, we'll give them a minute or two. No, I didn't even know it was in this. Oh, when I say rotation, I mean, let's say if somebody maxes out in production, I'll just switch them over to a different job until I max out on that. Yeah. I'm not sure here there's a system where they would auto-rotate jobs. I think here you gotta pretty much, you know, kind of set them. But yeah, it doesn't have a auto-rotation, let's say, with the NPCs to max them out, you know. And I'm just doing it for fun, just to max them out. Yeah. Job rotations, yeah. Oh no, the Croc, no, that's all automatic, yeah. Yeah, that's all automatic. Here, let's say, in the spring, I grow oats. In the summer, I do... I think I do... No, I do the winter wheat, no, summer wheat. In the autumn, I do rye. And then there's other stuff going on as well. And obviously, it's... In the summer, there's the crops coming in, you know, from the orchards and stuff. Yeah. I didn't even really need the food, but I needed it more for decoration than anything else. And to keep these guys busy, you know. Yeah, job rotation. No, crop rotation is pretty easy once you get used to it. Pretty decent. Yeah, just let these guys finish. But we're in spring, so summer I'll leave them in place. Because they'll be doing wheat, they'll be reaping and resowing. And they'll be doing the orchards as well. Nah, just for fun. But there is a point. Let's say they have kids, and the higher their stats, the higher their kids are. So there is a benefit. If you have 2 maxed out NPCs and I have a kid, they'll have a kid with stats roughly about 9 across all their stats, as opposed to, you know, picking up an NPC where you'd be lucky to have a 3 stat. Yeah. The more skills they have, the more talented their offspring. I'll show you. Well, we should get a few birds short. I think there's some kids here. We'll go have a look at them. Now, another thing that happens as well, when they get older, you know, obviously you can put them in as an apprentice, obviously, and fine-tune it. But there's a guy. Yeah, he's not. Well, yeah, he's not great. But you'll see some of them here. You see, a lot of these NPCs I had to take. What was happening was there was too many females being born at the settlement, so I couldn't kind of pair them up with the males being born. So I had to get some NPCs from the towns, and their stats weren't great. But I couldn't wait till they get too old, you know. Yeah, here we go. These guys are all 7s. But I've often seen them up as high. Well, this is because they're pretty young. But even before they become apprentice, these will improve. I don't know why. Yeah, there's guys. Now, they haven't been apprentices. You see that? They're 8s. They're not even apprentices. There can't be an apprentice till they're 14. Ah, this guy is 10. Yeah, it depends on a lot of things. You know. But to be honest, if you're looking for an NPC in the villages, you'd be lucky to get an NPC with maybe 3 stats on 3 of them, and the rest would be 2s and 1s. Yeah. And this character I'm playing with here is actually the original character's grandson. So, I'm my own grandpa. Yeah, we just let him finish. Is that it? I think they're done. Oh no, hang on, she's still working away. I'll just give her a chance to finish and then we're out of here. Yeah, we get used to it after a while, you know. And it is a massively relaxing game. And because it's always keeping you busy with something, it never gets boring. Obviously, you'll have to chip in sometimes. It would be very, very hard to get this, let's say, 100% running itself, but 99% of the time you could. The problem being, let's say, you know, when these people are having kids, they're going to go out, you'll put in replacements that might not have the same skills, and that kind of throws off your settings if you were doing it exact. So you'll probably have to overproduce a little bit, which can lead to this whole place, let's say, you know, getting too full, so that's go sell that junk. There's only so much of vendors, and I've got a ton of vendors here. Would do. Plus, I've been using the special items from the vendors for decorating as well, so I'm always on the lookout for those. See, anything you see in yellow here has been placed by me. See, like that thing there by hand. And this is every single house. So this is why I'm impressed with the engine. You know, even these guys. Just for the extra bit of decoration. Now we'll let her finish. Oh, hang on. Yeah, this is the new animation I have on the new deal. This one you get for free. Oh no, she's already had a kid. But they have a slight bump. That's it, really. And a couple of new costumes. That's about it. And I think here the symbol is a little different. Yeah, there's a different symbol here. Let me see. There's another different symbol here. Yeah, here it is. Now, you always got this one here. But now let's say the dad of the kid that's under 2, he'll show up. Yeah, like that. That's the only new one I've seen. You get that as well. That means they're a new dad. Do you know what I found very strange in this? There's 2 NPCs that seem to be immortal. There's one guy I got from the quest called Roland. Basically, my wife needed some food and he was a great cook, so we invited him into the settlement. There's another guy called Amirgo or something his name. He was from another quest. Well, he was a bit old when I brought him in and I couldn't get a match for him. So what I did was, you know, eventually NPCs died off when they got over 60. So I would move an NPC in with him, the opposite sex. But this guy has been married 4 times and he still won't die. Yeah, I'll show you. He's been married 4 times. The funny part was, you know, I moved in another old NPC with him. And you know when at the end of the season, at the end of the season it said, you know, marriages or weddings. It was him and this new NPC. And then right underneath a death was his bride. So he got married and the bride died on the same day. Yeah, but look at this. This is quite unusual for a guy to survive this long. And I can't get rid of him. Roland. He's 71. He will not die. And this is his wife, 69. He's immortal, I'll tell you. Now, where's that other guy? Where? There he is. Yeah. Now, to make room, I put him in with a 20-year-old. They won't marry, or whatever the case may be. But I could do with the space. So I've been watching to see if he'll snuff it. No, he does not. I'll have to, yeah. Maybe get him insured. But this is really unusual, isn't it, Purple? You've played this. To see an NPC live out till 71. Like, after 60, there's a chance of anyone dying. So, he's 71. Just counting the years, not even the seasons since. So that means he's 11 years past his sell-by date. So that's what? 44 seasons. He's been coffin dodging for 44 seasons and he got away with it. Unbelievable. I'm sure it's some kind of bug. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's gotta be. Other guys, they were dying off 60, 61, 62, maybe 65 if I got lucky. But that guy, yeah. Do you remember that quest we did, Wolf, where we met that guy where, remember down by the river where we had to do that stupid quest for him to get some food that we had to bring back? Yeah, that's him. And mid-game, so never the NPC older than 30, yeah. But this settlement has been taking so long, you know what I mean? And I wanted to fill it up as well. But I've been through about 50 years or more in this game. And from my experience, you know, usually NPCs will die off between 60 and 65. Rarely will they survive past that. Sometimes you can kind of get lucky, you won't get any deaths because some of the animals will die. I think the game doesn't really differentiate much between the animals and that. Oh, 71, that's definitely the oldest NPC. I'll probably be sad to see him go, to be honest, if he does go. But wouldn't it be funny if it was a bug and he got to 100? Surely that's got to be a first. That's it, guys. I think we're ready to go. Are we done? Yeah, that's it. We're done. Now, let's check these guys. We'll leave them in place anyway. Unless they're maxed. Yeah, okay. Now, let's gather up the junk. Shouldn't be too long at this. What I do is I just gather everything up before the season. So we can head off, get rid of that junk and come back and then we'll start. I'll give you a proper look in the summer of what I did when I was off for 2 days. But it definitely needs more of a splash of colour. You can't really see it now because it's not summer. All the new plants only bloom in summer. Okay. This is the first thing. I need 583 of these. I just cull them down to a certain number. There we go. Oh, we're okay for tools and then what am I? Oh, bucket. Oh, we're okay. 54 buckets. Oh, that's not great, is it? Okay, let's get these guys some buckets. Yeah, these guys can mostly keep up with it, but the demand is unreal. So I throw in a couple of hundred here and there just to keep the pressure off. Because I've also got them doing ceramics as well.
No worries. I'll wait.
Yeah, we'll just give them 400 buckets. Yeah, just give them 3. I'll do them for a while. I didn't even bother properly, let's say, filling up the taverns in some of the places with staff, because I didn't want to deal with the volume of stuff coming in trying to sell it. So what I'll do is eventually, when I'm near the end of this, I'll kind of micromanage all of that and do it perfectly. Tune it down a bit. Good night, Terry. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care. Stay safe, Terry. Bye. Oh, just get rid of this for a moment. Now, I should take the pressure off on that one. Oh, we just get rid of some of this if we can. I keep them down to roughly about 2,000 of plants purple, because you get some of the challenges. Let's say we got to make a ton of potion, and 2,000 is plenty enough on each plant to cover it. And you'll always be caught off guard. It will always come out of season, and it will take you maybe 3 or 4 seasons to get the stupid thing done. So this is a good way of doing it. We need about 1,100. Or close to it. Just a little over. There. 1639. I'll get this done as quick as possible. And it's better doing it this way. You can get straight out. Okay. Now I'll keep 50 of these, because you'll get some quests that will require these. So then I'm kind of covered with that. Okay, now, and I start trimming these guys down a bit. I haven't got anyone in flax yet. Just keep them enough to keep them going. Okay, what's that? Yeah, look at this backlog I have. But once I get enough guys in, we'll get that out. This is, all through the game really. I was kind of ignoring the barn thing for a while. 825. I don't even need to keep 5,000, but I like to keep that there anyway. There should be a way of doing this in hundreds. They do, yeah. One, two. They don't rot at all in the game. Other stuff will. But I've turned it rotting off because of all the decorations outside Purple Target. I forgot to do it once and I had to go back over everything again. Horrible. I've used it for a lot of decoration. Okay, that's pretty good. Now let's see. Yeah, we just start trimming this down. Yeah, just a wall and then we're good. Almost done, guys. There we go. Now, we need to go back and save. We'll have a quick look at the other guys as well. But we won't be getting any new recruits anytime too soon. There's a bit of a generation gap. Which is good because you don't want them dying off at the same time. Once we get to the new season, yeah, I'll show you the little stuff we did, but then we have to do our little shopping trip to get rid of this junk. Now, let's have a look at these guys. Well, I found the best way to check these guys out, and the only way I have to do it properly is this. Hunter. Okay. Farmer. Hunter. This shouldn't take too long, guys. Just see, does anyone need to be rotated? That farmer thing is something to behold, alright. It takes a long time. Okay, we're nearly there. Yeah, we're good. Let's check our, we've only got one apprentice. Yeah, he'll probably be 18 shortly. Or she, he looks like a she. Yeah, they should tell you, the minors. When I say minor, I mean the young'uns, you know, if they're male or female. Oh, do you know what I found? There's a slight problem with the DLC. So you can buy all the new plans, blah 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 blah, but if you don't have the DLC, obviously they're not in the game. So you can see I'm carrying a ton of plans here. You see them there, and they were pretty expensive, right? So that's what I decorate with. So the way it works is, let's say I just save this game, yeah? I'll come back later and I'll load it up. well, if you quit the main menu, most of the time you don't have to sign in when you come back in. So you're playing away and blah blah blah, you're doing all of this, and then you save your game, okay? And then you look for your plants and you notice they're gone. So you say, okay, I just need to sign in, right? So you go back, you sign in, but the plants are still gone because now you've overwritten the save when you didn't have the plants and you have to buy them all again, which can be nasty. So what I do now is when I'm quitting, I'll quit from the app. So that forces me to sign in. So basically, you get the DLC, but it's not really in the game, it's on cloud. And you've got to sign in to access it. Yeah, that can be a problem. So now I've gotten into the habit, before I do any major saves, to make sure that I've got the plans. And I have it. Now, there we go, I always go with the double save. Right, let's go. Summer is my favorite time for building. Oh, I haven't had a debt in probably 2 years, so I'm expecting one shortly. No. It's gotta be bugged. Well, the birds, to be honest, the birds have been coming in probably at least 2 to 1, male and female. I'm gonna have to try and do something about this. Okay, we'll give it one more load and see if we can come out with something a little bit more favourable. Because it's hard to pair off these guys. I've been desperately trying to make room for them. Anyway, I want to see if I can get that black widower to die off. I'll give it one more try. Just one more try. Yeah, I think it's some kind of glitch or something why these guys are not dying. It takes a little while to load. Or just give it one more try, just out of curiosity. Now, mind an event, let's say. Sometimes you get an event where your villagers will benefit from in their stats. Usually the king one, where they've got to do training. Of course, their efficiency goes down, but it gives them a nice spike in survival and what was the other one? Survival and hunting, yeah. Save us a bit of time. No. Basically what I do is, if I get a chance, I'll move the older couples down to the 3-bedroom. Because, I think the oldest NPC here to have a kid, well, actually it surprised me. There was one NPC was 46. Yeah. So I assumed that, let's say, the kid being 18, blah, 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 it would have been more like, let's say, 42. That would be the rules that would apply, let's say, to you if you wanted to carry on as your successor, but not so much with these guys. Yeah. It's never gotten to the stage where, and maybe that's what's saving these guys, where both parents would be gone and the kid would still be under 18. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe it's in the coding, But the oldest I've seen them having kids would be, there was 2 in particular, and they were in their late 40s, which I found surprising. But once they hit 50, you could move them down to, but I don't have the room anymore, because of Amigo, So what I've done with Amigo and another guy that won't die is I've moved in younger females, But they won't marry if there's more than 10-year difference, and there's something like a 40-year difference, so that's not going to work. For that, he would have to be rich or something. I'm just doing it for fun. You know, it doesn't really matter about it. But I think it's nice to kind of learn how the game works. Or at least interesting. But yeah, it's mostly the 3 bedrooms. Yeah, this is a normal one that keeps coming up. Just pick the bottom one and you get some clothing, and that's about it. I would have preferred something more. No, just another more debt. Ah, here we go. We got 3 males. The only reason I'm doing this is, what tends to happen, Purple Target, is when they become 14, where you can see, you know, where they're going, you'll roughly have about 3 females to 1 male. Now, when you put a male in a house, you can put a female in. That's perfect. But that's it. You can't put 2 males or 2 females, you know. You're pretty much done. So you'd want one of each sex if you were going to, you know, kind of make the best from the room you have. Oh, hi, Infinite. And how have you been? No, all the houses are full. But that's not too bad. We just lost a cow and we can replace him. Right. I'll show you what I mean. And it's more about kind of maximizing the space. There's all my houses here. You can see. All of them. Now let me go to this one here. Yeah, you see that? There's Godfried and Amigo. Or Amiro, or whatever his name is. See what I mean? So if he dies off, I can put one of the guys in there and they'll start their family. So they're the 2 guys I need to not coffin dodge to get space on these houses. The Amazon Games are shutting down their new world. Yeah, they've been talking about that for a long time. Yeah, that's about, I heard that one about 5 months ago. Yeah, that's yeah. They're not pulling the numbers on that. I've also heard that Discord is getting into games, Infinite. Oh, what they're doing is they're going to make it so you can buy games on their platform. Yeah, so I'll tell you how much money games are generating through that thing they're doing, Nitro. Yeah, they're trying to kind of make themselves like a kind of sales platform, you know. There's only 4 streams up for New World now. I thought New World has been out a while, hasn't it? Been out a couple of years. The Amazon New World, yeah. So, is it a kind of... It's a new game, is it? Yeah. The one I've been looking at was the Amazon game New World. So is this like a... Oh, yeah, it's been dying for ages. Yeah. It's been dying for ages. But, you know, Amazon... Google tried something as well, didn't they? They're pretty much going to fall flat. You see, they're all going for these online massive multiplayer games, which you can't play in them because, you know, of the money it generates. But there's too many of them. You know, they're all looking for that big hit, the next Fortnite, you know, or the next GTA. But if you don't put the quality in, and I've never played that game. Ooh, not a good thing. Yeah. I would prefer if BGS started to suffer for a little bit. Because if they don't suffer, yeah, that company is almost dead as well. Microsoft have been getting a new lease of life as well through their streaming subscription thing. This cloud rubbish that they're trying to pass. But basically because of the prices going up on everything, they've had a 45% increase in that, so that's not good. You know what Microsoft will do, they get enough people there. They'll literally monopolize the whole thing. Yeah, and they'll raise prices sky high. Pretty much what I said, guys, for the last 5 years. We're seeing it unfold. It did, a horrible one. Yeah, if you're talking about the something sands one, but everyone is complaining when they build in that area, their their settlements are being destroyed. But apparently, Todd came up with a fix. There's a robot, a settlement repair robot, in the store, so you can buy that one. Yeah, so there you go. Pay to play. Yeah, on that one. So they create a problem and then they sell you the fix, just like I said. But yeah, they've been having major problems with that. But tell me, Infinite, since they started making games way back as far as Morrowind, have you ever seen them release anything that wasn't an absolute dumpster fire? Ever? From a game to an update that hasn't been a disaster? I haven't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about that. So the reason I did that was it freed up one of the houses for me, because they were in two separate houses. But unless those old guys die off, I'm not going to get access to that house. And yeah, the settlement is pretty much done, so I'm not going to build anymore. Pretty much lucky to get away with what I have. Alright, she doesn't have any. Okay, we're pretty good here. Now, the usual before we go, I just want to do something quick. Okay, there's 3 new people in. Let's have a look at these 3 new people. Okay, you're going into the mines. Let's check the other one. You're going into the mines. Let's check the other one. We'll just get these out of the way quickly. I just throw them into the mines if they don't need leveling. Oh, this guy needs leveling. Where? We got a farmer. We've got ourselves a farmer, guys. I'll just put that guy in real quick. There. Now. I just ordered this guy to fix this up and then we're pretty much good. We'll get out of here as quick as we can. That's not too bad. I think we can live with that. There. So, now you can pretty much see, let's say in the summer. So, I'll give this another bit of an overhaul, just for the colour. See, these only bloom in summer, and the other ones as well. So you can see, you know, the little splash of colour on this. It's pretty much, you know, through it. Yeah, just little stuff like that. And this kind of thing as well here. Which when you're going back over maybe 50 houses takes some time. So that's what I've been doing, mostly.
I should bring my relatives over. Maybe not cousin Matthews.
You see what I mean? So this is way better, I think, like this. It was pretty Spartan along here. So mostly that kind of stuff. And the area I finished down here Come on now, jump. Yeah, so it takes time going in around these. Kind of lining them up. Getting them all done. And pretty much the same wherever I could get away with it along here as well. I'd like some of that stuff there. Which is all over the place. So maybe about another 300 plants, I'd say, or more across the entire settlement. Let me see. Now we've got to start here shortly as well. So this is the finished job on this. Yeah, you can see the yellows and the purples and the white. So they're not entirely green, you've got that nice speck of yellow.
Is permitted.
I wonder if it's possible to visit all the nearby villages.
I don't think there's special NPCs here, yeah? Apparently not. So, the main area I was doing down here. Doing it in the summer, putting it on the plants, and yeah, this is more what I want, and I give the rest of it a bit of an overhaul. Oh yeah, I finished this one as well, so this is pretty much done here. That's the best I can do on it. We still have to finish here, guys. I have to come up with a plan for this to finish it out. Our stall area, but it should go quick enough. And then we have to finish the park as well, and some bric-a-brac in here. But once I finish this one here, I decided to kind of give it another little overhaul across the entire settlement. If you see it that way, it does look a lot more natural, I think. Of course, overhauled all of these. Well, basically every single building. So this is why I wanted so many trees. I wanted to kind of go with that kind of forested look, which you can do for the most part of it. Still got some bric-a-brac here, but the game doesn't have all that much bric-a-brac, unfortunately, so I have to improvise a little bit. Yeah, it's a biggie. Now, right. Let's get out of here. And then we'll get back to... Yeah, we were doing the paddock, wasn't it? Yeah, this turned out pretty okay. Here, we'll get rid of that junk eventually. Just wait till we finish. And here. Where is it? Here. Yeah, it's rubbish. But you're wasting your time until you're finished really getting rid of that. That kind of goes out here. Yeah, there's a small area down there to finish as well. Little bits and pieces I've been kind of jumping from one to another. Then when I get an idea, I kind of hop on it and kind of finish it. Like this stuff here. There was a lot of that junk going on as well. Pretty much plastered everything. Just for that splash of colour, which I think looks pretty decent. Then, you know, without it in comparison. Now, As quick as we can, we'll get rid of some of this rubbish. Ah, sugar. Okay. It's gonna take something to saw this chunk, isn't it? Okay. We'll make some of it, then we'll get out of here. We can sell the rest next season. It'll take too long just waiting around for it.
New buildings spring up like mushrooms.
Now, just some iron tools and then we're off. We have a good bit of work to do as well.
No worries, I'll wait.
Move it. Just what we have in our inventory. Oh, I think we have enough tools to get us through the season. And then some.
No worries. I'll wait.
Enjoy the summer. Know your has too.
There we go. Ooh, okay. Well, we need 137. I usually keep 100 of these. Okay, then we're off. Yep. Right, let's go. I think we're good to go. So, we'll do these rounds as quick as we can. It's more the special vendor I'm looking for. Once we get back, we'll finish the paddocks. But I definitely want to move out to here and start getting some of that kind of the very low rail, let's say. You know, that one there, to get in the kind of curbing on the road. And we'll finish it up with junk and start, you know, getting the big spots out. I think the very last thing we'll do, we'll fix up our area. Just don't know how I'm gonna work this. Suppose it will come to me eventually. Oh, hi Scorpio. How are you? Oh, we lost, was it a pig, guys? I think it was a pig, wasn't it? No. No, we lost one. Oh, it's a cow. Yeah, we need a male. Yeah, we'll get him in Gostovia. We'll be good. Sidestep these wolves for a moment. Okay. Got out of that one. Now, selling this junk as quick as we can. Finding that special vendor, hope they have something we can use, and once we get back home then, it'll probably be late in the evening, wait till morning and start fixing what's left of this. Oh, will you come on? No. Okay. Yeah, it's not even worth going to that section. Just for a fraction of a silver coin.
Best prices in the area.
Just try and get rid of the perishables first, obviously.
It was nice seeing. Do you need anything? Goodbye. Yeah.
Right. Let's quickly through that village.
How are you?
Just 2 vendors on this one. Hopefully we'll get them lined up together, won't we? Yeah, we do. That's cool. We'll be out of here quick.
Ah, I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Oh, goodbye, dear.
How do another client? Welcome. Take.
That was quick. Next one.
How are you?
Oh, you'd be playing this a lifetime if you didn't use the wagons. But you can't really until you start making some decent stuff because you just couldn't pay for it.
Greetings. Best prices in the area. Farewell. How do you... Another client. Welcome. You'd be safe.
Right, pretty much the same on the next village, just 2 vendors. And then the next one, 2 vendors again.
How is life treating you?
10 villages here. 7, I think, on the Oxbow map, and they're better stocked. I think that was a better one. And none of this stupid random spawning of that special vendor. So they kind of rectified the faults on this map on the other one.
Nice to see a new... Goodbye.
Be prices so low you don't need to haggle. Well, good luck.
Right. One more bites to dust. Oh yeah, yeah.
Not here, horsey. How are you?
And then Gostovia. There's 4 vendors in that. Well, that's not counting the special one if it turns up. It's not too bad. We got them coming right out of their houses.
Oh, it's want to see my wares? See you around.
Greetings. Goodbye, dear.
Good. Right, Gostovia. So that's basically the halfway mark for the villages. 5 on this side of the river and 5 on the other. I don't think that's a coincidence, really, is it? Probably, maybe.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh. I could do with a few jewellery boxes, but they only have 1 even if I manage to get them. There's the vendor there.
Hello there. Can I interest you in some of my
Oh really? I've been just getting rubbish from this guy. Absolute rubbish from this guy. Ugh.
Bye.
Oh well. No, you can kind of manipulate the save. You know, when I do 2 saves, you could go to the new season, you know, save it on one of the saves, check where this guy is, usually where he spawns, and see what he has, then try it again. But usually when it spawns there, it seems to be the same junk. If he keeps spawning in the same spot, you need to get him to spawn somewhere else. Seems to be a little problem with that.
Well,
Not on the Oxbow map. He's not a special vendor and he has pretty much the same stuff every year. And quite a few. At least 5 of the same item. That's a bad system. If you're going heavy into decorating. Using that junk.
goodbye, dear.
Oh. Come here, you.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk. You take care.
Okay, this is... oh yeah, we needed a bull, isn't it? Okay, we'll pick a calf here. They've got a decent lifespan.
Help. Only goods of the highest quality. Hope to see you soon.
Hail, friend. Best goods in the realm. Have a nice day.
Right, we need a male. Yep. Done. That's all our animals sorted. Now you could wait till you get a bird, I suppose. Well, I just finished up this way. Easier. Now, Denica. 3 vendors and that we might be able to get them on the hop.
Oh, it's you again.
And yes, we got them on the hop. We should get all three here.
How are only goods of the highest quality? Are you? Farewell.
How only goods of the highest.
I said we'd get rid of this junk first. What am I doing with all that junk?
Do you take care?
How do you need anything?
Alright, that's all three. No. It's nice when you get them like that.
Oh, it's you again.
There's Lenska. 4 of them here. We might be able to get 2 on the hop. Yep.
Ah, I've been a vendor since before you could walk. I hope to see you soon.
Can I? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Right, that's the food situation.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Oh, hang on.
How are you?
Yeah, this is easy. I always take this one. He actually sells the iron that you need. How much does he need? Usually 3, 3.
I've got everything you need. Have you hope to see you soon?
And he usually gives a hammer. Oh, arrows this time.
Can I help you? Prices in the arena. It was
There.
nice.
Right, I think we just need that hunter lady. Where is she? Ah, sugar. Oh! There's a special quest here. I should have gone into that first. I didn't see that one. Ah, well, we're gonna find out shortly, aren't we?
Yesterday,
We might have been selling junk that we needed. Hopefully not. Where's that stupid hunter? There she is. There she is. What's done is done now.
Welcome. Oh, good
There.
luck.
Right, we're gonna find out now anyway. Oh, we've only got 2 villages to go.
How have you been?
And this one only has 2 vendors. Well, 3 now with the special. With the. Well, he's not a vendor, is he? No. Well, we might meet the vendor here. Anywhere where there's a tavern. No, but this guy is here. Okay, what you
how
want?
do you do?
Ah, sugar. We sold a ton of that milk. Doesn't matter. Yeah, and we sold a ton of honey. Ah. Had I seen him, I would have going out here first. We could have getting this one straight out. Doesn't matter. By the time we finish up, anyway, we'll be able to get back to him. Okay, we won't sell any more honey then for a while. Here, come here, you.
What can let me show And I good luck.
Man, where's that lady? There she is.
Oh,
It's gonna take a while for that honey to build up. I wonder if we can... Oh, that's not gonna really make much of a difference, is it? Sold a ton of that stuff.
good luck.
Right, let's go and hit the last village anyway. I should be able to get it in a day anyway. We'll be working here for... Well, we can't get out of the season for a few days anyway.
How are you?
But this is summer, so we'll be spending a bit longer this time. It's a great time to build. Or to decorate, I should say. Usually when I spot him, I'll go right to that to see what he needs before I start selling off junk.
Oh, it's you. My wares never disappoint. See you soon. See you soon.
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it. Have a good day. Have a good day. How do you do? How do you do? Want to see my wares? See you soon. See you soon.
Hello there. Best goods in the valley. Good luck.
Okay, 2 more.
Hello there.
Best goods in the valley. Sir, goodbye.
And the last one.
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Okay. Done.
Oh, take care.
Now I might as well get back to the settlement. Wow. Yeah, I'll probably take a full day for to get that honey he needs. Then we just nip out and collect on that. It's a pity I didn't see him beforehand. Then we could have doing it that way.
How do you do?
It doesn't matter anyway. We're stuck in this season for a little bit. Oh, hi. Hi, collector. And how have you been? Now, we will plant ourselves right down here. I suppose we'll get some of this wine stuff as well while we're here. So, what have you been up to, collector?
Having a kid is
See.
not exhausting.
A lot of wine, isn't it? Not a whole lot. Downloaded Planet Coaster again on Steam, nice. I want to try and relearn how to play it tomorrow. Cool. Now let's see. Come on. I don't think I got them all, did I? No. There we go. Oh, sugar.
My little miracle.
Oh, look, we don't have many winos there, huh? Yep, that's it. Now, we'll plop ourselves down here. I'll have to come up with a plan for that park later. Now, what were we working on? Oh yeah, these guys. Gotta finish that. The second we do this, we'll move on to setting up some bric-a-brac in here. Something kind of neatish. I think I'm pretty much done with these ones. Yeah, I like how this turned out. Right. Now, this is where we'll be careful. Get right down here. We'll do it safe. Now, it will take a bit of time, but this is easy to decorate, let's say, compared to around the houses. You know, just doing set pieces across these. So we've got to figure out what we can put in. We don't want to overcrowd it too much. And we'll see how it goes. There we go. Let's have a quick look on our NPCs. Let's see, did I need to be rotated? Well, the farming guys, obviously. Let me see. I doubt they got much of a jump from this, did they? That guy, I think he's one, is he? Oh, that was quick. Let's track her down. Oh, hi, hi, Wonder. How are you? What was her name again, guys? Yeah, I'm just rotating these. I want to see if I can max them out just for fun, to be honest. What was her name? Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, we can really put her nearly anywhere. I'd say we'll probably put her in as a hunter or something. Just to see if we can max it out. What about production? What we got in production anyway? There's a 10 there. Okay, we'll just find her and we'll put her in there and get her out of the way. Yeah, this can take a bit of time. There's no other better system I can find. Yeah, there she is. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, I want to have a look at this guy. I think this guy's level up as well. How can we modify the building of the villagers? You can't really wonder unless... Here, let me show you. The building is a set piece. You know, you just... it's pretty much like the Hardfire home in a way in Skyrim. So, here, let's say you just build your house and then you add the pieces. Now, obviously it depends on the tech you have, but if you've got all your tech, let's say you build... Here, let me save it and I'll build one outside and I'll show you. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing. Here, let me out here for a moment. And then I can just reload so it wouldn't make a difference. So, right, let's say we're going with a house, okay? Now, first of all, you need all your materials, obviously. So, we'll go in and we'll pick a nice stone house. We'll go for one of these little 3 bedrooms. So, let's say you're going with that guy. There. So, you go in. So, obviously, you'd need wood, planks, all that kind of stuff. Now, I've got this on quick build. So, one hit. So, there's our base. Now, if you don't like where the position is, which I like to do, you can look at it, let's say, on the map like this. If you want to get it, let's say, a little bit kind of level with the road, you just basically go in to move. But I would advise doing it on the base. If you make the entire thing, it's almost impossible to judge it. So then you can kind of, let's say we move it that way. So let's see you want to move it. So that's that one. So I've got it on fast build. So one hit usually takes about 3, 4, maybe even 5 on some of these. Oh, I don't have the tiles, do I not? Okay, let's make some of these. Maybe a second. There's a bench just here. No, you do it in the settings. But you can get skills to make it a little bit quicker. But you can modify the settings in the game so you can build quick. So you see where I did that with one hit? Well, depending on your skill, the best you could do it with when you max out your skill would be probably 4 hits. But no, it's not a skill. We did a pretty large settlement, let's say, on the other map before I got the DLC for this, and we did everything the hard way on that. It takes quite an amount of time. You can also have quick crafting. So let's say you want to build one axe. It takes X amount of time. Well, on quick building you can build 100 in the same time. Now obviously you'll need certain materials. You can see it there. So that's it. This is your basic house, right? Now, you can paint and colour the walls with dye, but before you do so, you need to insulate it. You need lime for that, which you'll get from rocks. So I should have it here. So go back into our hammer. Now watch. You see, now I can just do this junk, but that's it. So I go back into my hammer, and you see this one here. Add insulation. Ah, sugar, I'm too far away. Yeah, I'm actually too far away from my storage. Here, let's move this guy. We'll move it closer to the storage. Storage is down here somewhere. Yeah, I think we're close enough here, aren't we? I'll bring it right down here. There. Well, let's remove. Add. There, you see? But you can send your excavators out to get this stuff as well, which, you know, if you're building a few of these houses, you need a decent stockpile. Always keep around 1,000 if you can, I suppose. So now that you've got it insulated, like that, now you can add some colour. I like to go with a neutral yellow colour on this, but you can do any colour you want. So make sure your hammer is out, you press on that to decorate, you push on colour, and let's say we go yellow. And basically it takes 5 for each one. So you go with something like this. Now what I like to do as well is you'll get this one here, which is the pattern, and you can pick any of these. So let's say we go with the bird symbol here, which never really works, to be honest. I much prefer something like let's say number 3 on the bottom here. Depends on the color you're using, really. And then we go with a nice number 4 here on this one, with something like that. Now you also get the option to build stuff on this. I prefer to go with this here, and when I'm using the planters, I prefer these ones. But you can do the other ones if you want to, it's just my preference. And then you can click on that, make sure your hammer is out, and if you've got some flowers in storage, on this I prefer to go with daffodils. Or dandelion, I should say. So you're going like that, you can just do that. When you come on here, make sure the hammer is out again, and you have the option to do these. I prefer to go with these ones. And then, let's say, we go back here. And for those windows, I prefer to go with the larger ones, like that. And then we put that in and we open that up. And basically colour that up the same way as here. Here, I prefer personally myself to use something like that. And here, I would prefer something like this kind of thing. So that would be your decoration outside. It's a good, yeah? Now here, I would suggest something like a light. You can't have enough lights. This will come on at about 5 PM. I think, 5 or 6. Now obviously you colour that up. Okay, you change the door, and this is my preference on this. Well, you get the message anyway from this, and then you just go with this here again, and I went with a tree. With a tree, so that kind of look. I just open that up. Now, when you get inside, basically you can do any color you want. Yeah, I forgot the jacuzzi. Best way to make money in this is get yourself an iron mine up and going. Do not only iron ore, and make yourself some iron clippers. Yeah. You're going nowhere without a mine. Out from that, it takes too long to grow the crops and get that sorted. No. So what you want to do is you want to go into excavation big time to unlock the mine. Get up your mine as quick as possible, then you're floating in money. Too ridiculous. You know, there's always a hard to get money in a game, and then it gets to the point where it's useless. And that's the point in this game, you know. Once you get your mine up and running, collect iron ore and make make what you want, but you're better off. It's just one block of iron for the clippers, you know. Now here, now remember when this is, you see the hammer, it's still out. Remember we can customize the beds. So hold down A on Xbox, and let's say we go with, I don't go luxury on these. I'd rather go sturdy. Sturdy. 1 second. Remember to hold A. Sturdy. And I prefer this on this one as well. So let's say we go with that. And, well, obviously you need, you know, planks, copper, all of that junk. So you go with something like that. Now on the inside, and remember you need the materials. You need linen, flax and all of that stuff. But you'll get the hang of it. So you get in here, I would go with something like that. And then coming down here, where is it? That one? Yeah, go with this shelf here. Now I'll show you the other one. It looks really horrible. That's why I never really use it. That one. See what I mean? Horrible. I'd rather go with that one. And then we go back in here again. We hit it up. And yeah, we put that in there. Now here I prefer to go with something like that there. Now here, this is my favorite on this. I would most definitely go with this. The reason is, you can actually, you know, put stuff on that shelf. Takes a bit of practice. You know, but you can do it. That's if you want to go that far. That's why I prefer those shelves. So let's say we go here. And this is the system I would use, but you can use, you know, any system you want yourself. Here I would do these, the exact same as the ones I have outside. You know, the ones on the side of the roof. I would go with that. But again, it will be your choice. And I always go with a skull on this. Of course, you'll have to do a bit of hunting. There's not a great drop rate. About 1 in 3, I'd say, the drop rate for skulls if you're killing those guys. So now that you've got this done, so let's say we go with, let's say we go with orange. And we're doing an orange on this. I remember I have a ton of supplies, so most of the dye you're better off buying, but the likes of yellow and green, you'll be collecting a lot of berries in season for making blue and growing onions to make yellow. If you combine the two, you'll get a green as well. The rest, black is easy enough as well. You need iron ore and spruce bark, which your lumber guys can get for you and your miners. But the other stuff, you're probably better off buying, and that's when the mines come in, when you've got a ton of cash, you know. So that's done. Now you could go orange here, but because of the roof, I like to go black on this. And you can see what I mean. But the choice would be yours. So I like, you know, just to break it down. Now, there's 4 spots here. And remember, you need your hammer out for this. I like to put 2 lights back here, and then 2 hanging objects here. There's a larger building in this, where there's 6. So with that, I would split up the lighting, let's say, a little bit. Which I'll show you in a moment. Now remember, 1, 2, 3. So let's say we go to 2. 2 is actually behind me. So I would like to, but let's say we go with, yeah, let's say we go with the flower hammer. So 1 and 2 here would be where I would put the lighting. 1 and 2. Let me see. Okay, where's 3? Yeah, okay, lighting for 3. Okay, it's 3 and 4 for lighting, and 1 and 2 for decoration. So, that will be that part. Now, obviously you've got the floor. What you pick really is your own. But the bear thing is not really, it's a bit on the big side. So, let's say we go with, let's say we go with the sheep 4 rug here. So there's only 4 of these. So that's your sheep in. On the larger houses there's 5 and there's 1 centre. Whatever you're going with on the 4 on the outside, that's where you could kind of use the bare rug. It's a bit on the big side. So that would be pretty much it on the inside. So now you can get stuff, let's say if you want to, but this is, you want a bit of practice at this one. I would do it with some clay stuff, but let's say we do it with some apple wine. So basically you'd hold, you see the grab, and then on Xbox it would be the right analog stick. You lift it up. And you're better off doing this before you put the lights in even. This is a pain in the backside. Now if you really want to get into it, you can put some decorations on like that. But it takes a bit of practice for that. You could do the same on the shelves. That's why I like the shelves on this. And that's pretty much it. That's how you would build a house. I like to do it in a particular way. The colours and the stuff like that. But you know, what you put on yourself is your own thing. And that's pretty much your house. And then you can go, let's say, with your roads and stuff. Which is this one here, and you would be probably... this is just going to be very rough, but I would obviously take a lot more care than this, just for purposes of you know what we're doing. But if you want to get in some nice straight lines on a map, I would suggest you use this. And remember, I think the best way is to go with the lines of the fields when you're building. So that's the line of the field there. So you could do a little trick I used to do in Valheim. What are the most effective ways to start earning money in the short term time frame? Well, you're going to be kind of stuck. Hitting bandit camps would not be much of a thing. What you need to do is keep doing quests. You'll get a lot of fame. That's when you can start bringing in settlers. So build yourself a few houses. Now remember, you don't have to stick with the houses. You can build them anywhere. You can move your village anytime you want. So get up about 5 or 6 houses, and I would start doing crops big time. If you can get the tech up, you'll need to be working on it anyway. You'll be probably trying to get your tech up, let's say, to get flax. You can buy the grain, whatever the case may be. But it's a one season thing. You know, you could make some stuff with that. But let me see, the best thing to gather. Doing quests, hitting bandit camps, but you want to be pretty careful with that one. Yeah, go around to the mines. This is the best way for a beginner to get money quickly. There's depending on the map you're on, but I'm on the valley map. So let me just mark out the mines. Now, when you mark out the mines, build a storage hut outside. That way you can get access to it. Where are they? Hunting, building, production, farm. Here we go. Yeah. You see there's one there. You You see where I've got my stuff? Go to all of these and mine all the junk from that. In the beginning, before it becomes a mine, you will still get tin and copper. Alright? Get all the tin and copper you can, plus you're also leveling up your technology as well to build a mine, and you're leveling up your character. Hit the 5 mines, clean them out, make bronze, and make bronze shears. Yeah, that's it. That's the best way. Out from doing the iron mines, but you're still going to have to do mining. The rest of the thing would take too long before it would bring in the money you need, and even then it would be nothing compared to this. So you'll have to do it the hard way. Head to the mines, get in there, build yourself a resource storage hut on every single one, as close as you can to it. Get in, mine everything, load it up, make some bronze shears, sell it off. That's it. That is definitely the best way of doing it. And then, let's say, when you got to take up to build a mine, do the mine as well, send in your NPCs, and get them to just mine nothing, only iron. You might need a certain amount of copper and tin for building up your settlement. You can always kind of adjust it then. So, find the mines, put up one of those resource storage buildings, and yeah, get yourself some copper and tin. You're doing 3 things at once. You're going to get a ton of cash, you're leveling up your character, and most importantly, you're leveling up your technology as well. Yeah, that would be the one. It's always going to be ironworking in this game. If you want to get straight lines, let's say, for roads and stuff, I'm only able to assign work to extract copper and limestone, not iron and tin. That's on your that's on your excavation shed. Wonder. Yeah. To get them to do mining, you'll have to first get the tech to be able to build the mine. But you can do it manually. Let me show you. Here, let me show you this one first. Yeah. You won't get access to send the NPCs to do it until you have a mine up. Yeah. You're doing that from the excavation shed. That's a different one, where you get your clay and other stuff from there. So if you want to get straight lines on something when it comes to roads, this is a trick I used to use in Valheim. And imagine that over a really great distance. But it's a great way to get a straight line in. And there you go there, and you can bring that for miles and it'll be perfectly straight. That's the only way you can do that. So, let me show you anyway. Where's the nearest mine? Branica. Yeah. That's all it will show. Yeah. You won't be able to mine iron from there. It will get you copper, I think, clay, stuff like that. Let me see. But as I said, you won't be able to send them out to mine until you literally have the mine. You need to I'll show you. And this is what you're looking for. See, excavation. See the one that says mine? Yeah, you need to get the tag for that. And just pop that into the cave. Then you've got a mine. Then you send your settlers there. Oh, but a fine tree. You can Google it. There's depends on the map you're on. But I think there's 5 on each map. Which map are you on, wonder? Yeah, you'll find them. Are you on the Oxbow map? You're on the valley. Okay. I'll show you where they are. Let me see. Yeah. Right. There's one there. You see it? This is called Branica. So you probably have that one. There's one there just outside Branica, just above it, to the right. That's one. Okay. Let me see. There's the second one. See it there? And it's just below Lensica. Right there. That's two. There's another one there. That's three. That's around Hornica and Jezreka. And there's four. To the right of Hornica. That's probably the one you missed, I would say. Near the side. And where's number 5 again? Number 5. I think it's back around the middle. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's easy. 4 on the bottom, 1 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th one is that. That's the one you're going to find first, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you're expecting him to be spread out much more. I was the same. But I kind of, you know, I always explore everything, so I eventually, you know. So, yeah. Think about a kind of wave. Yeah, starting from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 5th one? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a wave, isn't it? 2 little hills. Yeah. So there's the 4 down there. That one up there. Now, yeah. The builder's hut. Management. Let's see what we can get from this guy. Extraction. Or sorry, not the builder's hut, the extraction shed. So, on the extraction shed, and this is the max you can get from it. Copper, stone, clay, limestone, and straw. Now, copper is pretty nice. Early stuff, you know what I mean? Stone, yeah, we won't be needing it. Depends on what you're building. Clay is a must, obviously, you know, especially when you're building in a limestone, which is nice, and straw. So copper is probably what you'd be really into on this, trying to get money from it. So that's it. That's as far as you can do. On this, if you're getting stone or copper or limestone, you're literally talking about you need a pickaxe for that, and a shovel for the clay, and I don't think you need anything for the straw. So that's that. So they won't get you any tin, and they will not get you any iron, and they won't get you that until you have a mine and assign them. So let's. But you know the stuff for the mine. Yeah, there's no need to show you. Just go the pickaxe, take everything. You've probably been doing that. Yeah. I just didn't know if you actually found one and, you know, started to get the stuff. But yeah, go with a bronze pickaxe until you get iron, but sometimes you can pick up some iron stuff. I wouldn't go buying one. And that's it. That's a kind of quick tutorial on that. So I hope that helped. Now, always the same money. Doesn't make a difference, Wonder. Sell it at any time. There's no peak selling times. And there's no better vendors, one better than the other. There's X percentage. Now, you can affect how much you get for the stuff by taking the perks, obviously. Where you get 10% better prices buying and selling, or 20 or 30. I'd be avoiding that. Because once you double down and really start to do the production to get the mining done, or excavation, whatever it is, once that mine goes up, money is never a problem. Like, I've capped out 2 million a couple of times on this character, and I've got to dump it into the trunk because it starts off a new pile, you know. Now, another good way as well would be, let's say, you know, to maybe get up some stalls, but the tech for that is a good bit down the line. Yeah. No, the trunk, the chest in the resource storage. Trunk, chest, much the same thing. Or the old term for them was trunk. Long before there was even cars. Yeah. Chest trunk. Same. A trunk would be just, let's say, a smaller version. And it was adapted really to kind of explain the storage in the back of a car. More than one meaning. So that's it. I hope that helps. Is it wonder? I am. Ah, yeah, we just said go wonder. So that's the story with that. That's how you build a house. If you're doing straight line in trees, if you've got the DLC, that is, I would suggest going in with the larger one of these fences. And you could use that lining system I showed you here. And then taking up your hammer, going into build mode where you can see it, then going in for trees, and let's say we go with these guys, and using this like this, and keeping them pretty tight. With that kind of system there, where you get perfect spacing. Elite armor and other stuff, you'll have to go to the tech tree. Let's say once you get into production on your smithy or whatever the case may be, just what you need to do is when you go to skills, you see the skills here. Or sorry, go down to technology. And as you can see here, you'll see tech as you just go down through it here. So it'll tell you if you've purchased it or not. So once you get enough experience, you can purchase these. So this is where you'd really want to be getting the money. Some of this stuff can be expensive. Let me see, who is fishing? Where's the production? Ah, there's a Smitty 1. Okay, there's a Smitty 2. I think it's in here. It's not that good, to be honest. Yeah. You're better off going with elite padded armor. Yeah, do you know the elite padded armor? Instead of the iron stuff. You'll probably be talking about that. You'll be doing that from the sewing hut. But you'll see, keep on top of this and, keep making sure you have enough money for this. But if the sewing hut, yeah, it's probably here. I think it's there somewhere. Wherever it is anyway, I bought it anyway. I'm actually wearing it. It's in one of those. But this is the elite padded armor. It's my favorite. I am actually wearing the hat, the backpack, and the pouch. But if there's a thing in the menu where you don't have to have it visible. The iron stuff, if you get really stuck, I suppose, but not on the valley map. You won't be tackling any bandits through quests. You're better off with a good crossbow. And if you're taking a bandit camp, don't run in, just try and lure them out one by one. Damage them, keep a lot of potions with you and take them out one by one. But they're not worth the hassle, to be honest, for the kind of cash you're going to get. So unless you're forced to do it really on a quest. So basically it's all about getting that mine up as quick as possible, getting some money out, doing your techs obviously. And once you unlock those, you can, build some other stuff and make some other stuff. So you're better off doing most of it yourself to get, especially farming, to get the experience you need. That's about it. Now let's get back to it, guys. But yeah, the secret to money in this early game is to go around to all the mines, pick up all the tin, copper, make bronze, make yourself some bronze shears. Keep pushing that tech until you can build a mine, and getting your iron, getting your NPCs in there, and then that's it. Zero money problems. But farming is going to be a pain in the backside for you, wonder. So you're better off doing all of that yourself. Until it gets to the stage, you can send everyone off to the mines while you're doing the farming. Doing for a season or two. Kind of max that one out. You'll need to max it anyway to get the buildings. Where can we find more deadly nightshade to craft poison? No, that's it. Nightshade. Yeah, that's it. That's all you're getting, and it's useless. It really is. I don't bother with it. On the bigger animals, it doesn't really matter. What you need is a good bow. But in this game, there's only one type of poison, and that's nightshade. Yeah, and you can put it on your arrows, but it's useless. It would probably do an extra 5% damage over time. There, 1 second, guys, I've just dropped something. But I don't bother with the poison, although I've got 100 vials of it, let's say, in storage, but for God's sake, who's done this fridge? Let me see if I can get this. There we go. Every time I open the door of the fridge, something falls out. It's ridiculous. There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's it. You're just stuck with a nightshade. Go for the headshot. Keep away from the bison thingies. Now, if you want to cheese it a bit with a bison, I'm not saying you've got a good yeah, I suppose you could use poison, it wouldn't hurt. If you want to cheese it a bit, let's say with a bison, and you need the skulls and stuff, you're better off building a square out of these. See these? Just leaving yourself a tiny entrance to slip through. And let's say you're just within sight. Let's say the bison is there, or bison, or whatever they call it in the game. Make yourself a little square here where you're protected, where you can just jump in, or and just keep hitting him. He'll come and he'll run and he'll bounce off the fence, but he can't touch you. You could do that. That would probably be the best way to hunt those guys. You're better off going with the headshots. Yeah, poison is okay, I suppose. But, I wouldn't really be bothered with it. What the best about those guys is they won't run away too much like a moose. But I got all of the challenges done on this. They were nasty. And as a reward you get a special symbol, which is this dragon. That was the only reason really I did it,
Maybe not cousin Matthias, though.
Now, what were we doing, guys? Oh yeah, we were doing something down here, wasn't it? But yeah, there's only nightshade and it's everywhere. But I suppose in the beginning, if you have a bad bow, I suppose it might not be too bad. It might just give you the edge. But the best weapon in the game, by far, let's say, would be the crossbow. But out from that, it's pretty useless against wolves because they'll swarm you, kill you pretty quick. So you're better off with an axe, really. And the way it would work with an axe with a wolf, you try and draw them out one by one. But I've got all the perks and a decent armor, so they're not too much of a problem. So what you would do is you would wait, and the wolf would charge you head on. So time it, so when the wolf gets to about there, you just give him a headshot. One shot should do it. If you do it correctly, you won't even take damage. I've taking out maybe 3 wolves in a row. Sometimes I'll get a little bit of damage. You know, don't run and don't turn your back. That's where they do real damage. And make sure when you're fighting one, you track him. You know, and make sure and just kind of time it. And let's say, you know, just time it. You kind of hit him like that. You know. Here, let's see if there's any wolves down here. Yeah, the wolves were a problem for me in the beginning until I realised that if you time a good shot, they're not much of a threat. You'll get a bit of damage, obviously, especially when you haven't got armour like this. Yeah, a ton of potions should be much of a problem. But if 3 of them get you, you're in trouble. Even 3 can be even a problem, even knowing that, let's say, with this armour. But it shouldn't do me too much damage. But try and lure them out, just like the bandits, one by one. And it's easy enough to do. And keep that going. See what I mean? Now, obviously, my character would be maybe a little stronger than yours, but the principle is the same. One at a time. Don't push yourself too far. You don't want to get 2 of these or 3 of these guys out. But they usually hunt in trees, but on rare occasions you'll see C4 on a spawn. And even rarer still too. So just lure them your way. Wait patiently. Now if you don't want to run towards them, just wait. You see what that little thing is there, and just... There you go. You gotta just kind of hit that trigger just before he gets to you. So kind of hit where he's not, kind of thing, because he's moving at a decent speed. But then I have a good few perks on this character as well. You know, less damage, all of that stuff, and the armor obviously would be a help as well. But the crossbow it's legendary, but it's not much good against the wolves. They move too quick. To pick off bison using that system of the fencing, or if you can't do that, let's say, kind of get to an area where they can't get you, maybe on the side of a rocky slope or something. Those guys will make mincemeat of you no matter what armor you're wearing. Yeah, they're just too much of a tank. Headshots if you can, obviously, or very close to the head, you know, around the top of the neck. Right, let's get to it, guys. Okay, we've got most of the stuff in, have we? So, let's see how much of the farming is on. Let me see, what season are we in? Summer. There's not a lot to do except the large wheat field and the orchards. Oh, almost done. Not much left. Yeah, we'll be a little bit in this season anyway. It's ideal for building. Okay. This is where we've got to do the tedious stuff. much gold. Yeah. That's about it, guys, I'd say. Okay. We'll kind of do little set pieces on this for each of the ones we've got to do. Yeah, okay. Well, obviously we can move it. Yeah, sick of putting those in. This is a real farm thing, isn't it? Hang on, I'm not sure about using that. I was thinking about more of the plants here, to be honest. So, well, we obviously can use the plants, but I definitely need something more. But all I've really got is the haystacks here for farm rubbish. This is the part I hate. Yeah, there's not a lot, guys. Well, we've got the carrots, obviously. Okay, it's time to stop messing. Let's get in with this. Okay, this is what I propose we do. And what we do here, we'll pretty much copy. We can get a nice layout, then we just need to copy it. I'll move everything into place a little later, we just see what it looks like. Just try and give it that little splash of colour. Can we give coins to the... No. To the NPC. No. There is a quest where your kid does a quest where you can get special coins from him. I think if you want to sell them or something. Yeah. With 3 add-on DLCs, it's 34. Is there 3 now? Yeah, I've only counted 2. The Blessings of Nature Sab and a new one they did for some clothing. Yeah, I didn't know there was 3. But I think on console, I think it's only 2. Maybe there's another one on PC. Yeah. No, we can't give coins. But I'll tell you what you can do. You can give presents to kids. On your settlement, even if they're not yours. The only presents you can give them are wooden swords and dolls. It doesn't matter if they're male or female, they'll take wooden swords. Trees is the soundtrack. Oh, I didn't know that. It's getting rough now when they're charging us for a soundtrack, isn't it? Yeah, swords and dolls. You can't make these, so you'll buy them from vendors. So if you come across them, the dolls from people who do the sewing workshop thing, and wooden swords from blacksmiths. Yeah, that's about it. You can give them to kids. You'll get a little bit of reputation for it, but not a lot. But you'll probably be using it, let's say, to give to your own kid. You know, once you're doing it. Let me get something to drink. The game is not that complicated. There's a lot of micromanagement in the beginning, but you'll get used to it pretty quick. Yeah, we didn't get the option of getting an extra soundtrack for this on console. But yeah, that's the state of gaming, guys. Where I want to charge you separately for the music in the game. And these guys are pretty decent, so you can imagine what the other ones are like. Like Fallout 4, let's say. When they did that stupid update, Something Sands it was called. People's bases were getting destroyed in it, and they got actually had a fix. Buy a robot from the store to do it. Yeah. Well, there is no gold or silver ore. Is there any gold in the game? In jewelry and stuff. Yeah, you get silver earrings and that stuff. But I can tell you, you won't find any gold or silver in ore or anything like that. Unless it's some jewelry or something you come across. There's copper, tin, iron. And then obviously there's stone. Let me see. Stone, limestone. That's about it, I think. Yeah. About Fallout 4. And I saw the latest reviews. Oh, it's bad, yeah. But you've played BGS games before, Sam, haven't you? But, like, who's surprised? I see these videos on YouTube. You know, like, they've just done it and nobody knew it was going to happen. They've literally done it right from the very start. And we've kind of given them a kind of a pass. But can you tell me one release right from Morrowind that they didn't mess it up? Or an update where they haven't caused more problems than they fixed? Yeah, Thievery, move on again. Our fans are stupid. They've got a attention span of a month. We'll come back and we'll rob them again. Yeah, pretty much Thievery. Move on, yeah. Linen thread is made from flax. Now you can buy flax, but you'll need to have a sewing shed. But early game, you'll be buying that, Seb. This is why it's not Seb, Wonder. That's why it's important that you get some cash. But you can find linen thread as well from time to time. Oh, hi Jaeger, how have you been? Are there console commands or cheat codes? Ironically enough, on console, we don't get console commands and cheats. Yeah. Strange, isn't it? Because it's literally called. That's only for PC. I've yet to see a console command literally on console. But there is a settings menu if the game is too hard for you, Wonder, where bandits wouldn't do as much damage and stuff, or settlers wouldn't take as much food and that kind of stuff. Yeah, but the game is not that hard. It's just in the beginning. See, the whole enjoyment of the game is the struggle in the beginning, Wonder. I think it would be a mistake to make the game any easier, if you know what I mean. Because, kind of a struggle getting everything together, and then as it slowly gets into shape and, you can see the whole thing coming together, and there's a sense of accomplishment, But I think it suits it to play it in its original form. Now, there is sliders there to make it a bit easier if you want to, What I usually do when I'm doing massive building here is, just turn off the food requirements for the NPC, so I don't get hassled by that. I caught a glimpse of a cheat menu. Well, this was probably PC, yeah. Guaranteed. They were playing it on PC. Yeah, you'll get everything on PC, but on console, no. I think it would be a great mistake to, of course, it's up to you. The whole purpose of the game and the whole sense of accomplishment is to build that thing from scratch and kind of struggle. But if you get those minds up, you won't be struggling too long, But if you're watching another stream, yeah, they'll probably have mods too. I've never played on PC, but I've never seen a console command. Let's say on console. Now I've seen mods obviously on console with cheat menus, the likes of Fallout 4 and Skyrim, where modders will come in. But I don't think the console modders have really hit this guy, when it comes to Xbox or Sony at least. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it depends on what you want to do. Let's say you come in here and you weren't interested in the grind and you just wanted to make a big settlement, Seb. There's stuff like creative mode and stuff. Like, they have it in Valheim. There's a creative mode in that. So I can understand that aspect of it, you know. But it would be nice to have all options. So, you know, no matter what you're there for, if it's a combination of both or you're just interested in, you know, some other things, you know. But cheating is different. And people will still call it cheating. They call it a cheat mode. Nah, it's not cheating. Cheating is if you're playing a game competitively and you've got an unfair advantage, you're cheating, you know. That kind of thing. But it's yeah, creative, kind of free roam, you know. But it's all about having fun in the game. And if you want to skip that, well, other games will actually charge you for doing this. But personally, myself, wonder, in my opinion, I think it would be a mistake to miss the grind in the beginning in this game, you know, because it's you know, once you see things kind of coming together and you know you've done it 100%, it just feels better, you know. But that's just me. But if you like to do that, that's perfectly fine. You know, it's all about having fun. I played a year's worth of Fallout 4 and I have an overpowered gun. No time for ammo sponges. Just want to build stuff. Yeah. It's still fun after all those hours, and funny enough, I still find stuff I haven't seen. Yeah, or stuff you've forgotten. That happens to me in Skyrim too, you know. But, you know, if you like to play a game that way, it's cool, Wonder. You know, if you want cheese in the game, like I did, let's say, with the railings, and it all depends on what you want for a game. The whole thing is have fun, you know. But no, there's no kind of creative system or any mods that I've seen on console that would, you know, give you money or materials or stuff, you know. But I would imagine on PC there's a ton of it, all right. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't bother me how someone wants to play a game. I probably have a strange way of doing it, you know. Like some people will go into a game and it's just the combat and stuff, some, you know, whatever. It's all about having fun. Same with Starfield, even though I absolutely hate that game. I can understand if somebody likes it and plays it, you know. Cool. You know. It's all about having fun. There's no right or wrong way to play a game. The only right way is your way. We'll beat this into shape and then we'll replicate it across these. Well, obviously a little different on some of these. So let's say with the cow sheds. Well, we could do it a little bit more, couldn't we? There's not a lot, as I said, we have here. Oh, hang on. Do you know what would kind of work here, even though they're meant for washing? They kind of look like trots. Those wash basins might work here. Oh, yeah, BGS. Well, didn't they keep that company together? Yeah. Probably don't, no. Sometimes I think they literally target the free mods to make way for that rubbish from the Creation Club. Oh, they're getting generous, Jaeger. Remember they were only giving us 2. Was it 2 gigabytes on console? For Fallout 4? You remember that? When there was free mods? Now they want to up it because they're really pushing the Creation Club. They want to up it to 50. 25 times more. Ridiculous, isn't it? They weren't too concerned about doing that. Yeah, that's going to be some disaster. Imagine having 50 gigabytes of mods on that game if you think it's unplayable now. My good God. Yeah. No, that's how you can hold a lot of Creation Club junk. Maybe costing you about $700-800 until they decide to sell it in some bundle for $10 or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. They don't care as long as you buy their junk. Yeah. Now you'd say something if the mods were done by BGS themselves, but all it is free modders putting their work up for sale. And to be honest, some of them should not be put up for sale. They're God. Like, put it this way. I got the anniversary edition, so obviously at one stage, Jaeger, all of those were kind of standalone stuff that you would buy, correct? You know, whether it's $1 or $2 or $5 or whatever the case may be. So they were all kind of little standalone little quests. But there was one quest that I got in bundle, obviously, in the anniversary edition. There was one quest in particular, and I said to myself, you know, if I bought this standalone, I would be absolutely raging. I went into an inn. I read a note. It sent me to a location. Okay. There was 2 bandits dressed up in different clothing. They didn't say anything. I killed them. I picked up a dwarven set of armor, and I read another note. Quest over. That was it. It took me about 90 seconds to do. So, that was a standalone quest. And somebody actually paid money for that. And that was in the anniversary edition. Yeah. It made, do you know the Radiant Settlement quests? Look like a masterpiece. Can we get rid of the field? I dropped it in the wrong... Yeah, sure you can. What you need to do... I'll show you. Now, it doesn't matter if you got a crops in it or if you got it tilled, it still works. So let's say you build a field. Yeah, that's basically your field. With your hammer drawn, well, I'm on console, so I'll tell you, if you're on PC, you'll probably do it a different way. I pull the left trigger and bring up this menu. See that part where it says destroy? Click on that and everything will go red. You see it? And then just point down and bang. Bye-bye field. Now that will take that out, whether there's crops, anything. Doesn't matter. So just go into destroy. Yeah, oh, brutal. Yeah, I got a decent mod. Chef did it. You remember Chef? And basically it stops the settlement attacks. But as I was saying, it does have a little drawback, Jaeger. I remember, let's say, you know, you go back and no settlement attacks and all of that stuff. But what it did do is, after a certain amount of time, it's like the attacks were building up. And then it got to the stage that when you fast traveled in, every time you fast traveled into a settlement, you were guaranteed to have an attack. You know? Yeah. That's the one thing that kind of ticked me off about it. Which was kind of cool that, you know, you got rid of the quests, but let's say after maybe 20 hours or so on the game, it's like they were all getting backed up, and no matter what settlement you went to, you were guaranteed to get an attack. Yeah. Did you find that they kind of get backed up? But yeah, pretty good mod. I think it was called No More Settlement Attacks. Yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, you see, I used to do a lot of fast traveling around, but it was guaranteed, like a 50-50 chance. Yeah. And it's annoying because I wanted to get into the settlement and get some things done. Okay. Production. What's going on? Tavern. What the? Ah, beer bottles. Those guys are really going through the beer bottles. Okay, let's give them a hand. Yeah, you know the long playthroughs I used to play on that. But what really disgusted me, what really finished me with Fallout 4, is what they did with the next gen update. Yeah, that for me was almost the last straw. Yeah. Oh, they'll move about the kids. Yeah. Yeah, that disgusted me beyond words. You know, it's bad enough that you have to deal with the junk and the junk in it and the microtransactions and all that stuff. But if there was one thing I'd wish for them to do is, you know, even if the game is broken, stop trying to fix something. Because you're not able to fix it, you're just making it worse. Leave it alone. The modders will eventually fix it. And just go take a walk somewhere. Go do another Starfield or something like that. On the latest phone, yeah. No Man's Sky is a pretty good game. I can eventually see if they keep going the way they're going. I'm surprised any other company would have, you know, been taken over like EA. Well, BGS was actually taken over by Microsoft. But you know what I mean, would be sunk. I mean, gone, history, you know. But the only thing that's keeping going is players waiting for the Elder Scrolls. My God, they're going to be annoyed if this game is not at least on par with Skyrim. Well, you'd expect it to be anyway, at least, wouldn't you? You're talking about a game that's, what, 14-ish years old or something? Yeah. So you'd expect it to be at least on par with it, but I don't think it will be. They've got to be male and female. Wonder. Male and female. They'll get married if the age difference is not more than, let's say you want to keep it at under 10 years. So if you put two of them in together, male and female, try and get them within a few years of each other would be cool. And then after a few seasons they'll get married and then they'll have kids. But they won't marry if the age difference is more than 10 years. Safe, yeah, for a while, yeah. Yeah, that's right. What's that going to be about, Jaeger? Yeah, that's from Hello. I'm sure that they've built up a ton of goodwill in the community, as much as I've ever seen anyone do. Much like, let's say, what CD Projekt used to do back in the past, but they've been doing some things lately, and you know, they're kind of spending their goodwill, aren't they? Yeah. So they're just doing one planet that's massive with a ton of junk on it. Cool. So it's going to be a space kind of thing as well, is it? Interesting. I'll definitely be looking out for that one. Yeah. Hello Games have scored a good few brownie points with me. Oh yeah, what are we doing? We need some beer bottles. Nice, like a huge planet. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? There's going to be a ton of rumors. You'll never know until the actual thing comes out. Yeah, there's going to be a ton of rumors, obviously. Beer bottle. Okay. I'll give them a ton of beer bottles. Here. Oh, there you go. It's about maybe. Yeah, let's just shut them up for a while. 400. Should do them a few seasons. I attempted to offload my expensive armor merchants. Yeah. Well, in a situation like that, the best way to offload something expensive is if you're going to buy some expensive stuff. Let's say you needed to buy dye or something, or materials that would cost a good few grand, then they would have more money. That's probably the best way, to do it. Save up your expensive stuff till whenever, you've got to buy some stuff that's expensive. But every season they'll get a little bit more money, I wonder. And I think they'll eventually get to about 2.5 grand. There, that should shut them up for a while. Now you will be getting challenges from the king from time to time, where they'll want certain objects. But be sure to save before you take the challenge, because they might ask you for stuff that you won't be able to get, and then you'll lose credit with the king, which will kind of hurt you in the game when you're bringing in NPCs. So save, and if it's something that you can get, yeah, no problem. If not, then you can just reload, But I have everything in storage, let's say, for almost every possibility. Of course, except maybe the vegetables and junk. But I'm growing every type of vegetable here. So worst case scenario, it'll take me 2 seasons to finish the quest. Which will usually give you about 4, so I'm pretty safe. You're not going to be missing much because, I don't think I've ever seen 2 challenges back to back in seasons yet. Oh, it might be a little late to start this, but... yeah, we just let the clock run then. Oh, hang on, let's see. The stuff should be done now. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see if any of them are fixed. We'll probably... I don't know, when we move on from this season. The problem is you won't be able to do much proper decorating in autumn. This is a great one to do it. I'll move these guys to other jobs. We'll rotate them. Yeah, I want to stay in summer for a while. Okay, we don't need the farmers anymore. Oh, hang on. Okay. Okay, first of all we go mining anyway. We'll get rid of as many of them as possible here. So we're picking out... oh, sugar. Okay. We're looking for the... oh, is this farmer here? Okay. For a second. We just need to get rid of the guys we have. There's farmers that need... oh, he's done anyway, that guy. Okay. A hunter for that guy. No, just be a minute doing this, guys. Yeah, that would work. Doesn't really matter which one I use. Right, that's the hunters anyway. Let's get these guys up and running here. Okay, let's check production, guys. Oh, hang on, extraction. Okay, let's check production. See if we can squeeze in anyone in here. Yeah, okay. This lady here. Okay, we need to get a farmer. Yeah, why not? We'll start with that one. Now, extraction. Perfect. We're getting out the farmers, aren't we? Ah, that should be a better way. There should be little sections here where you've got all your farmers. It'll be easier to do this. He's not going to be an extractor anyway, is he? Extraction. Okay. Yeah, okay. We'll do it that way. Same difference, right? There. Now we'll just check this in a moment. Well, this takes forever, but we should be able to get it. There needs to be a better way, isn't there? No problem, Wonder. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care. Stay safe. Bye. I hope you enjoy the game. No, I did. It's a pretty decent game. Let's see how many of these farmers we got left. I really hate this part, but where's this guy? Okay. Yeah, let's see. We're looking for farmers. Let me stand up for this, guys. I can't see my chat screen for a moment, but just need to get this over and done with. Still a few of those guys left. Oh, come on, for God's sake. There's a farmer there. Oh, Lamberta needs to go. Okay. Well, that would save us a bit of time. Perfect. Now. There we go. Now let's see. How many farmers have we left? Let's see what they are. We'll track them down individually. We've just got two guys. We've got that guy starts with an L and M. Okay. I don't know. There he is. Now he needs to be a hunter. Well, only a hunter, I'm afraid. We'll see. Gonna manage to squeeze them in anywhere. Well, if we put him in the barn, probably. Yeah, I'll push him in the barn. Yeah. This is going to be here a while. I don't want to waste the opportunity. Where is he? There. Okay, now there's one guy left. And his name is... okay, whatever it is. Alright, let's see what his stats are. I'm gonna get out of this one here. There he is. Well, he's all over the place, isn't he? Anywhere would do for this guy. Okay, he's going into extraction anyway. Yeah, that should do it. I know it takes ages, doesn't it? There. Now we need to get that little stray and then we're done. Oh, and that little stupid apprentice as well. There we go. Oh, no apprentices. Oh, I see. Okay, we're pretty good. That's it, that took some time, didn't it? Oh, hi Max. Pretty good, and you? How have you been? Yeah, sorry, I was standing up, my legs were killing me. And my, my chat screen is just behind me here. Well, was, then. So how have you been, Max? What have you been up to? Yeah, we were just helping out some new player on Medieval Dynasty. The game can be pretty confusing in the beginning, you know. We're starting to close this down. But this game will swallow up hundreds of hours of your time. And not in a bad way either, you know. Yeah, we just wait this one out. Everything is fine. Cool. How long have we got anyway, guys? We have another hour. We'll see if we can get these out.
My little miracle, it's more than a grown ball.
I'll have a bit of time anyway to work on this. I can usually get a good bit done, you know, when I'm off. Hopefully move on to something else. I'll be sad to leave the game. But, yeah, getting started now. I've got a good bit of time on it. Just once we finish this, we'll be pretty good. Now, what were we doing? Yeah, we're trying to figure out what we're going to do on one of these. Which one were we on anyway? This one. Now, we need a set piece on this one. And then on the next cowshed we'll pretty much do the same. There's some minor differences in the other guys. We'll do that. So we've got to set them into place. All of these are okay. What else do we need here? What are we doing along here, guys? First of all, what have we got? Oh, I can't really... Oh yeah, I did say something about these, didn't I? Personally, I'd go center with one of these here. It's supposed to be a wash basin, but it could double up as a kind of a water trough as well. Yeah, I'll fill it with water later. Now, the only thing we can really do here, guys, yeah, okay. Let's say we obviously need a splash of color, don't we? Let's say we go to our own little favorite here. And we do something like that. And we'll double up on this side here. Oh, I see this has tray. cool. Well, the 2 chairs really is enough. For the time being, at least. So... once we get a little design running, then we can pretty much copy and paste.
People of science learn how to read.
Yeah, I suppose so. No, unfortunately. They're pretty tame, just like me. I don't think I want to do that, do I? Yeah, let's run with it anyway, we'll see. Maybe.
Sometimes you just blink.
A silly cow. Okay, what will we do on the back? I need something a little different there. Oh! No, would I get away on the corner, guys? I've got an interesting plan. Let me see. I don't know, would I get away on the corner? Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we? It's a little bit out there, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna try something here now. I don't know. See, I think we're going maybe a little bit too much on these. I can use them elsewhere anyway. Not a biggie. This is a little bit. Yeah, if we could just get them a tiny fraction closer, maybe. Oh, I suppose I could live with that. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Will give us that little splash of green we want. I better get this junk out of the way. Here, we just leave them all here for a moment. I will be able to use them a little later. Okay, we run with that. We were kind of getting carried away with those flower pots. Just a tad. So we'll get a finish on this one. And then, I think there's one more. We'll copy it exactly. And the other ones will be similar, obviously, to a certain extent. Let's see. Definitely the plant I use the most. It's just about the right size, you know. Oh yeah, we're doing 2 there, aren't we? Well, these I'm definitely doing anyway. These are pretty much a given. I think we could manage with this. Cool. Okay. I could probably squeeze in one more of these, but to be honest, I don't really want to. I just want to go with one in the front. I think it looks good. So, we're gonna do this. Ideally, you'd put one in the center, and then you go with 2 plants on the side. But I don't know what it's gonna look like on this. Here. Oh, I know what I'm doing with these anyway. We're definitely going chicory. Okay, this is what we've got so far. I'm pretty happy with this so far. But this, and I don't have a lot either to work with. So, first of all, let's see what we have in the farming area. We've got rubbish. Oh, the problem with those, I'll just have to fill them, and they don't really look the part. If I was stuck, maybe. Now you could use these, but you'd go with one in the center. Oh, and it kind of works here because, yeah. Hang on, let's see. Let's see. We go with one of these in the center. I'm thinking some kind of flowers or something. I just woke up and I'm sitting here drinking hot coffee. It's snowing outside. Oh, cool. Yeah, we haven't had a decent snowfall here for a while. Yeah, the kind of, yeah. Real Christmassy, isn't it? Speaking of Christmas, anything planned? Oh, it's always the usual with me, especially at my age. A lot of relatives coming by and people from overseas and that. Great time indeed. Okay. Whatever it is, we'd have to double it up twice. Yeah, okay, let's see. This is what I'm saying about not enough junk, guys. You know? We've got the carts here, but... and we're definitely not putting in that, or that. So that's out of it. We're not using those, that's... hang on. Let's not be too hasty. I don't know, guys. I haven't really used these. Let's see what they're gonna look like. Maybe not the worst, especially for here. Yeah, well, yeah. No. No. I've never liked those. Yeah, never really liked them. If we're going, guys, with a splash of colour, I will have to sacrifice these for a moment. We lose the linen, unfortunately. There's only one remedy for something like this. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'll be using those quite a lot anyway. Now is not the time. Yeah, there's no other way. I'm gonna run with something like this, which kind of fits in with the front anyway. Yeah, I think we do that, guys. I think this is how we run with it. Yeah, That's it. That's what we need. As always, around the table with family. Yeah, cool, isn't it? Yeah, but it's not just that. The whole thing has kind of changed, hasn't it? You know, people, let's say, are way more distant. You'd barely get a Christmas card these days. More, yeah. The only remedy, more. Always more, Jaeger. Yeah, okay, I think we'll go with this. This is the only thing we can really do. So let's just shed it out of the way. Now, this will just be a little bit more tighter on these. I want to just clear that. Yes, just that there. Move your backside, cow. Yeah. Okay, looks centered enough. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, we don't have to be absolutely 100% with these, but just something reasonable. Oh, good God. All depends on the angle you're looking at it as well. There. Yeah, we need to get rid of those guys. Let's take these guys out for a little bit. We'll move them down out of the way. Where's the other cow shit anyway? Where did I put that guy? Knowing me, I'll probably put it way down at the other end. Yeah, of course I did. We'll move the 4 of those down. Whatever we do here, we'll replicate it, then we'll go to another section. Most of it will be the same, except obviously around the shed. And we should be out of here then. Trying to get in. Oh, sorry. I actually hit the cow. Are you kidding me? Stupid cow. Cow abuser. Yeah. Well, we can get out of the way with it. Idiot cow. Oh, they're out of the way now, huh? Give it a tap of a hammer. Reminds me of all those poor settlers in Fallout 4 who I accidentally killed. Accidentally shot them maybe a dozen times in the back. They moved, yeah. Moved. Alright, let's get this one out. Right, that's that junk out of the way. Now, the bric-a-brac. Oh, obviously we need a bit of space for them to rove around as well. It's kind of not too bad as it is. Let's see if we can add just a few more finishing touches, especially when it comes to here. I elect we start throwing sacks around. Especially around the haystacks. Now... this is going to eat up some of our supplies, but we can always make more. Here we'll go with the classic one each side. Yeah. Can't really go wrong with something like that. That one. Move. Okay. Yeah. Could have put these down in the dark, didn't we? Hey, just one moment, guys. Now. Yeah, okay. It's okay for our first round anyway, I'd say. Just something in the background we need, you know? I like to take shots at Ronnie Shaw. Oh, yeah, the NPC. Gosh darn it. Would you believe it? I don't think there's much more we can do in this. You see, because of all the animals, you want a good bit of running around space, which is fortunate enough for us. I don't know. I think we kind of got it here. You know. I think that would do, guys. No, we definitely don't want to overdo it. And you can't start throwing junk around here because of all the animals. You need a decent amount of room, yeah. I think we've got it. So, a replica of this on the other one. Yeah. The wash basin actually worked out pretty decent. Okay. Now, to celebrate, I'm going to get something to drink and a hit of nicotine, I think. Now, just get me something here for a moment. Ronnie Shaw. God, that NPC was so bugged for me sometimes. Sometimes that stupid quest wouldn't trigger. Oh, well, thank you, Jaeger. Yeah, this has been fun. But if you see me rushing through a game, it means I don't care for that much. But if I like a game, I know I'm only probably going to play it once. You know, try and do as much as I can on it. It's seldom too that, you know, you find something that you really like. Combination of a lot of things, really, isn't it? I'd love to play Enshrouded. It's supposed to be like a prettier version of Valheim. But I'm thinking, you know, after Christmas when these new consoles are coming out, I should be able to get to play it then. About time. They should have done that with consoles a decade ago. Yeah, absolutely, if you're enjoying a game. I thought I'd never get Starfield done. God, I used to dread clocking in on that game. Right, let's do this quick. Once I know what I'm doing on something, we can get through it quickly. If we can get rid of the cows, that is. First of all, let's line these guys up properly.
Conversations about weather, crops, animals.
That I'm absolutely sure. You know what, where we're going. It's okay. Yeah, these are the only way we get away with these haystacks, to be honest. There. Now, we're going with the seeding, blah blah blah. We'll get this done real quick. Maybe kill a few cows. Hmm. Yeah, it is. But let's say, imagine a game as vast as No Man's Sky, but with real RPG elements, where there was some real kind of, old school quests. Something as kind of surprising and interesting as maybe some of the stuff that you would come across in the likes of Oblivion, Imagine the graphics of maybe the Unreal 4 in it. That would be a game, wouldn't it? It would be hard to pack all of that into a game. Maybe when the tech gets a bit better. Wouldn't it? Yeah. Or a game, let's say, as vast and diverse as Skyrim, with this kind of building mechanic in it, where you could build your own castle and do that kind of stuff. I think I'll be playing it forever. Yeah. But even if they come up with the tech tomorrow, I don't think they'd push that way. I think what more they want to be doing now is they want to be making stuff cheaper. Before, let's say, isn't it funny too? When there was a decent amount of money in making games, but let's say, you weren't going to become, a top tier company. They were really pushing the tech forward on it. Bigger, better, more graphics, better quests, more creativity in a game. And then obviously then it started off and the real money started coming in. And now what they've been doing since, once they've made this ridiculous amount of money. Now what they're doing is, they only want to do multi-MMOs, where they can nickel and dime you every 5 seconds for AI slop that they keep churning out. Games that are not fixed or patched and broken, they don't really care, they just throw there. All they're interested in is just selling you stuff. And now, what I see a trend in what they're doing, is they're making games a lot more simpler. Like the stuff we used to get 20 years ago, the platformers and the kind of, when you're looking down on the characters, the ones that, for them, let's say, compared to the games they're making, would be really, really cheap to make, Yeah. Absolutely, 14 times, by Skyrim. So, they'll keep churning out the kind of Diablo games, which, they're probably great games if you like that kind of game. But I've always liked, this kind of large open world and the kind of classic BGS kind of stuff, and the stuff on Unreal 4 as well. But, let's say tomorrow you're making a game, Jaeger, let's say like Skyrim. You want to do nice graphics and you want to put all that stuff into it. Obviously, that's going to cost much. A pretty good bit. So if you were doing something more like, let's say, not those kind of graphics, more like a kind of a dungeon crawling kind of game where you're looking down at this tiny character and he's got 5 guys behind him and they're spraying everything with firepower, I'd imagine it would take a lot less staff and a lot less money to make that. So if profit is their main goal, wouldn't they be pushing something like that? So even if the tech come out tomorrow, I couldn't see anything happening for a while, unless some new guy comes in. But they were even complaining about Baldur's Gate. Even though Baldur's Gate was a kind of top-down kind of view thing, and it was mostly cutscenes and stuff, they were saying that they shouldn't be doing it. It was unfair because, it sets a standard that, that they don't want to do. And what they were saying is, hang on, guys, you gave them a decent game. This looks bad for the rest of us. Now they're going to want decent games from us. You're not playing the game, kind of thing. Yeah, they didn't because it was something now to compare with. This is a small company. They can do it. You're a huge company. Why can't you do it? Yeah. So to me, it kind of sounded like, guys, you're ruining it for all of us, you know. So this is why I can't see, let's say from 2020 to maybe 2012, that decade or whatever the case may be, you see games and they were kind of moving forward, and it was all real good. And then you see it's kind of pulling back now, you know. So yeah, if profit, which it is, well, out from ideology, which seems to be now, but I can't see it move forward, you know. The best we'll get is remasters of all games. Until somebody comes in, obviously. I remember when Blockbuster was the thing, when it was a monster. Nobody could touch it. But it got greedy and stuck in the past. And Netflix came along. And basically just took them clean out. And Netflix now are suffering from the same hubris. They're getting greedy and stupid. And dated. So they will eventually fall. And it won't be the same as something like this. I'm hoping. Oh, absolutely. It will be like playing an entire game full of that generated AI junk. Now, it would be interesting to see AI where, if they ever did get it to the stage where, it could have fake actors and literally make a movie and you couldn't tell one from the other. But we're a long, long way away from that. If they could get to that kind of sophistication in technology, it would certainly go into a weapon. And we'd probably be on the receiving end of it, before we get something like that. Yeah, I don't think there's, AI is just basically the software, Software has been, it's been taking off, but we're still stuck on the tech, the hardware kind of stuff. We're still limited, let's say, to what the microchip can do. Like we were limited, let's say, on the transistor. Then the microchip came along and, pretty much, everything took off from that. Yeah, we need something that makes the microchip look like a transistor. Then AI can be a real threat, I think. But who knows? It would be interesting to see maybe 50 years in the future, Jaeger, wouldn't it? But would we really want to see it? Maybe it will be better. But the way history works, let's say, we've come a long way, let's say, since the early 1900s. And usually it's like a stock market chart, let's say, progress in a civilization. So I think we're kind of overdue for another dark age, you know that. Oh, that's not bad. It's centered. No, I'll never do. Make it you a little centered here. Fidgety little silly thing here. Probably. Yeah, well, check it out, man. That's probably the one. But so far, what I think, well, the big players anyway in AI are doing the guys pulling the strings. I think it's like a kind of a.
I've never seen such an efficient village management.
What do you call that stuff again? A digital money that Bitcoin. I think it's a kind of a Bitcoin thing. People's greed, are investing tons of money and whatever the case may be. Most of this money, it's basically just traded from one company to another. It's a bit like musical chairs, and then you get greedy people on the outside trying to break in. If I'm right with will probably happen. It'll be like another Goldman Sachs thing. One thing will happen and then there'll be a chain reaction. But because what can they do with it so far? You know, out from, let's say, making funny videos on YouTube and taking all the help desk jobs. I can't see it do much more. Yeah. Then there'll be a chain reaction. And believe it or not, that would be the best outcome in something like that. But you can be quite sure that maybe half a dozen individuals or maybe a dozen individuals, when that happens, they'll come out extremely wealthy. I don't know, it's off, you know. I've been saying it for a while, but you remember they said blah blah blah, we plowed 500 billion into it and we're committing another 500 billion, that's a trillion. And they had the chat GPT and all that kind of stuff. And then the Chinese came along and they said, oh, here's a system that we just made, which a lot of people say it's way better than what they're doing. It cost 3-4 million to do, and we did it in a few months. Here, take it for free or gift. You know. Now, either one or two things happen there. Yeah, Musk is literally a human Bitcoin. It's not what he does, but it's the promise that people see in him, or maybe the greed. You know. I have no real opinion of the man either way. But it seems to be, it's like a country's banknote, really. There's not really that much to back it up except, you know, kind of trust or an investor's, well, it's greed, it's the motivation, isn't it? Yeah, the Chinese come along then with something they said cost a few million. Took them a few months to do, and it outperformed, you know, what they did with 500 billion. And as I said, promised to do another 500 billion. So one of two things here. They're really, really stupid. And they've wasted a lot of money. Which I don't think is the case. I think they pretty much knew where they were going. And could have probably doing that. But didn't. Because they were pulling in so much money from investors. You know. No, the companies like that don't get to where they are without, you know, being that stupid. Guys, be nice. Yeah, that works. I think we need to get some sleep. Guys! Oh my. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit like that, like an endless machine to keep churning money into, you know. But let's say long before we became such a controversial figure, I've been kind of well, won't say following, but couldn't help but notice what he's been up to. You remember he was on about that hypertrain thing? I think he was looking for investors for that. Oh, that's what, a long, long, long time ago. Japan have theirs up a decade or more now. So that was a pipe dream. And then he said, this is what really kind of surprises me. He was going to run kind of like Tesla trains or cars, like a subway. And literally he just drove a Tesla down a subway. And everyone was going, oh my, he's a genius. He's a literal genius. Well, from what I know of history, that was done in the 1800s with immigrant labour in the UK. And they did that with a shovel. And they didn't need Elon Musk to drive a car, down a subway tunnel. So everyone hailed him as the second coming, So, I don't know. I couldn't see the innovation in that, to be honest. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Now, if he had to say, okay, we're going to build this tunnel, and we're going to have these kind of magnetic things on the side, and the shuttle will be going down with no tracks, and it will, kind of keep it like that, and it'll go at X speed. Shut up, guys! Or something like that. But the tech is not there. But even if he had to mention that, they were kind of pushing for tech on that. Well, that would be a little bit more interesting. Like a kind of, No, I haven't either. Yeah, well, he started off, they're ripping off everyone with PayPal, wasn't it? But basically he got in as a kind of investor part, kind of stockholder thing, with PayPal. And for what I know, whether it's true or not, he pretty much did a Mark Zuckerberg. He kind of did a hostile takeover, didn't he? And he pushed the other guys out with some high-priced attorneys, didn't he? Remember what Zuck did to his friends, when they started off Facebook? Yeah. That's as far as I know. He sold that for a big bag of money and then moved on to something else. Yeah. A lucky guy. Obviously brainy as well. I'm not saying he's an idiot. But I'm saying he's kind of unusual. And then cleaned the house, and then had to hire him back because he had no one to run the place. But I don't know. I can understand cleaning a house a little bit, yeah. But I think he's a very emotional character. I've seen him do some really stupid things that would tank a CEO of a company. Long before he came to the media attention. I remember when Tesla was at its early stages, where he kind of did the same thing he did there, basically, with PayPal. Got himself in, and then pushed everyone out. Literally the same thing. He's definitely in that sense, he's a one-trick horse. In that, and that was a kind of low, kind of mid-range kind of company thing. Then this guy was born with such luck. Then this hype came out about, green, 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 and we need to be doing electric cars. Obviously, he kicked in on that one, And, he made sure and greased the right palms, know the right people, contribute to the right elections and donations and stuff, and got a ton of subsidies from governments everywhere, And there's been pretty much grifting on that ever since. I do know the cars that he's making are falling apart. They're picking up pieces of those on the motorway. He literally used glue to put some of them together. The ones he tried to pawn off in Europe were like tanks. It was like we're doing an invasion with the thing. Well, Obviously, he knew there was a certain size you had to do her. He went over that, a certain weight. He went over that, and the design was a death trap. Not to mention the dodgy battery, you know. Yeah, but I looked at it logically. In theory, it sounds good, doesn't it, Jaeger? You know, electric car, almost zero emissions, blah blah blah. Sounds good. But think about it on a worldwide scale. If you were to change every car to electric, okay, sounds good. Yeah, you're cutting pollution down by at least 90%. You know, the first thing that will happen is you would need to donate an arm or a leg to buy electricity. That would go through the roof. Number two, imagine the amount of electricity we would have to generate to power these cars. Not to mention the infrastructure, right? There's no way we could do it with clean energy. That's impossible. So we would be building more coal factories and that, and we'd probably be doing more pollution. Yeah, it wasn't going to work. Like, all you have to do is just sit down. Like, for a guy living in the suburbs and I'm doing my part. Yeah, it sounds that way, and for a small part you are. But if everyone got those cars, nah. You need a renewable power source that's eco-friendly. Now, if we got that, that would be good. Plus the batteries. Yeah, they're dangerous and not to mention very controversial. There's only certain places on the planet where you can mine lithium. And as far as I know, lithium is basically just the skeletons of dead micro creatures from, millions and millions of years ago, and that would float down to the bottom of the ocean and they would gather up over time. Then you dig it up and it's pretty good to hold electric conductive charge. But they seem to be in, how can I put this, in countries, let's say, that are, let's say, not really good on human rights and stuff, which probably, I don't know, could you use the word third world country? And, there's going to be a lot of exploitation. Plus, it's a limited resource, which is not good. Plus, it's a limited resource that you don't have. So if another country has material that you need to keep your economy going, well, then they've got you over a barrel, don't they, so to speak. They are a threat. They can just turn off the switch on that, and you're pretty much done. Yeah, like the oil countries. Exactly. The battery thing would be the same way, But there's probably way more oil left than there is lithium. So I couldn't see it work over long term, which is a pity. Even if we used every spare inch for the type of tech we have in renewable power now, it still wouldn't be enough to do our power needs. Nuclear is a bit dodgy, so if you were to start putting up nuclear power plants all over the place, even though there is just a tiny chance of something going wrong, you would have so many up that something would go wrong. So, yeah, we definitely need to move forward with that. Probably the most, even though they have been looking into it for centuries now, probably the best way forward might be hydrogen. I do know the Germans, let's say, back in the early 1900s, did a lot with hydrogen. They even had a hydrogen-powered submarine just before the First World War. They were doing tests with it. Everyone on board died. There was a leak and they all got poisoned. But they made it work. Now, the problem is hydrogen itself, even though it's the most abundant substance in the universe, is pretty unstable. The Hindenburg, I'd say, would really kind of point that one out. Now, I've heard rumours that one of the Japanese companies, and again, how true this is, I doubt it, to be honest. But, the problem was carrying a big tank of hydrogen. This was a massive problem. The tech is there and it's pretty old. We can use it, but it's just a little bit unstable. It would be like, having nitro in your tank, But they said they came up with a system where instead of carrying the tank of hydrogen, they would have a couple of separate tanks, you get me, with different chemicals or different whatever way it processed. They would basically kind of half it out, and both of them then would merge, you know what I mean, and just make enough hydrogen just to power the car, where each of the tanks would be safe. Brilliant if that works, but I can't see it happen, you know. But they came up with that system. I think it was one of the Japanese companies. This is what I've heard, but to be honest, I think it's just propaganda to probably boost their stock prices. Yeah. So yeah. But they said something like a gallon of water would get you like 200 or 300 miles. You know, hell, you know, if you were broke down somewhere, you could really pee into the tank and get out of there. It would be kind of handy, but a little bit on the fantastic side, to be honest. You know. But yeah, nice if it works, but imagine how that would revolutionize things. You're talking about massive power plants to generate as much power as we need from water, which would be pretty much recycled back to the system. You know, with thermal and heat and whatever. Yeah, nah. But nice one. Then there's some guys messing about with making black holes to harness the power of the sun. Yeah, I can see that one turn out right good. Like, that's what we always needed. A miniature black hole right on this planet. What could possibly go wrong? Now, these guys are pretty brainy, obviously. But when it comes to something like that, they don't know a lot about it. You know, who knows? For all we know, Jaeger, you see all those black holes we see in the universe? Could be some other brainy scientists that thought they managed to figure out a decent power source. Yeah. But it's pretty much curtains on something like that. They said it would only stay for a fraction of a second. Hydrogen, I'd say, would be our best bet. I think what they should be looking at is, at the very least, they should find ways to refine and improve the type of stuff we already have, like solar and wind and whatever the case may be. You know, much like what the Chinese did with the AI. You know, when the guys were throwing tons of money at it, and it was going nowhere, and all the Chinese did was just, you know, little algorithm here and there, and it made it perform much, much better. You know, so that's what they should be looking at, really. Well, solar power has not improved in the last 70 years. It has, indirectly, let's say, from the boom in the cell phone and the lithium batteries, you know, because, you know, the cell phones generated a lot of money, so the tech started going to that. So now there's obviously better storage, so it benefited from that. But I think less than 1% of the energy we receive from the sun on the earth is enough to power the entire world, I think, for what, like 100 years? Yeah. Now there's also wave technology and stuff like that, but that's extremely hard to make. Or to get to go right. But yeah, interesting. But the safest, I'd say, from what I've read, probably the safest way would probably be hydrogen. Probably. Not that I know much about it. But either way, no matter how cheap they make it, Jaeger, we'll be paying an arm and a leg. If they come up with a power source that they can do, let's say, a gigawatt for $1, the prices won't change for us. The only thing that will happen is they will make a lot more money. We will still pay the same price. You know, once it is a X price for let's say per kilowatt of energy. It doesn't matter if they were getting it for nothing. It will still even go up. The only ones that will truly benefit will be the corporations. Like, you remember that that scientist was working in Canada in a university, and he came up with that insulin, wasn't it? Yeah, he basically came up with insulin, and he gifted it to the university for everyone to use for the benefit of mankind. Yeah, from what I've read. I could be wrong. And basically the university sold it off to corporations. And now you've got a situation in some countries where it's become so expensive that people are trying to even ration out their insulin. I think in a matter of a few years it was ridiculously expensive. Shut up, guys. And I think in the space of a few years it went up 400%. And that guy that bought that obscure medication where very little people, maybe 1,000 people in the world needed, and it was a failing company, and he bought it, and he life-saving medication. He put it up by 1,000% or something, and then he went on chat shows laughing about it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But he went on. Shut up, guys. He went on. Stop. Yeah, he went on chat shows laughing about it. But the same guy, I actually followed his progress. There, a good while ago, he got into the stock market and scamming on the stock market. I think he got a couple of decades in jail out of that one, didn't he? Yeah, so there is justice. There is a little bit of karma. And that's a choice. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. No, it's not a choice. Yeah. Stuff like that, diabetes and stuff like that. Do you remember that thing they were working on? Jaeger. I remember I was reading it in a medical journal, but this was a long time ago, about a decade or more. But they found some plant or something, and they said that it had the potential to, let's say, to cure the early stages of diabetes, and on the other ones to stop progression and even push it back a few notches. It was some juice from some tree or something. Yeah. But didn't hear much about it after that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a friend of the family actually died from complications because of that. Yeah, first of all, he had to have most of his leg amputated, unfortunately, and then died not long after. But diabetes is something got to do with the pancreas, the way the body would process sugar, isn't it? And then you need insulin, let's say, to do the work. Yeah, it's a malfunction with the pancreas, isn't it? Yeah. I was checked for that about 20 times, and I'm all clear. And that's America in itself. You know, the amount of sugar I take, there's no need for it. I suppose, like all conditions, diabetes will have a lot of factors. Genetics would play a massive important role, but also obviously, you know, your lifestyle and what you're eating as well. I don't know, maybe even stress might even play a part. 3 years. Last one, still clear so far. Nice. But let's say in modern society, diabetes is definitely on the rise. Ah, guys, for God's sake, really?
Hey!
Oh my. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, it's off the charts. So, if you were to guess, Wolf, the causes for this. Obviously, our genetic makeup is not changing much. Shut up, guys! Last time. My God. Would you reckon it's probably lifestyle? It's probably food. Yeah. Diet. Yeah, so basically junk that they're putting in food and pollution we're breathing in would be a huge factor. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only thing really that would have, let's say, if the numbers are skyrocketing, we haven't changed much as a species, obviously. Zero. So, yeah, we've done, let's say, hard lifestyles as well, let's say in the past 50 years ago. Hard work, different stuff, eating junk food then as well. So, the only thing that's changed is the ingredients they're popping into food, and obviously the junk they've been setting off in the air. It is, yeah. Yeah, so it's gotta be that. Oh, really, what else could it be? Yeah, I've almost done 6 hours, and these guys, yeah, they want to get out, so they've been telling me there. Here, come up here and watch TV with me for a moment. Come on, give me a hug. See, you're bold. I hate that. You give me a migraine really quickly. Come on. Pomeranians, they're the yappiest creatures ever. I've seen adults like you completely manage without needing insulin by eating well. Yeah. Yeah, if you watch the food you eat. Yeah. But I suppose it might get to the stage too where even that wouldn't be enough. But let's say by watching the food you eat. So let's say you're on a very limited budget and you're in maybe an area or a country, let's say, where the only way you're going to get food without all of these chemicals is to pay really premium prices. So that would be kind of hard to do, wouldn't it? So let's say getting the proper food at the right price, might not be available, let's say, for everyone. Yeah, possible. I suppose it would depend on how bad you have it, what stage it is, Oh, absolutely. Processed foods are brutal. Yeah, they absolutely are. They're absolutely brutal. I keep telling my wife that she's absolutely addicted to food. If it's not processed, she can't eat it. I'm not like that. I like proper food, meat, stuff like that. If it isn't grilled or something or tons of junk on it, she won't eat. Yet she's more healthy than I am. I just can't make it out. I'm very annoying, to be honest. Now, we don't have much to do here, and we'll just spend out these couple of minutes. Oh, I could do with a sleep. I'll have to get someone this time to bring those dogs for a walk. I know if I'm up to it. I've been pretty dodgy with my left leg. Yeah, it's been cramping up on me a lot. Oh, sugars and soda 10 minutes ago, the effects are... I would imagine it would have an immediate effect, yes. Silly cow. We'll just do a little bit on this. Well, by the time I'm back for the weekend anyway, I'll have a massive amount done on this. Then I kind of come home for a half an hour whenever I get bored. Depends. Well, that cow is not going to move for a while anyway, is it? Yeah, you can push you in a little bit more. Like so. Rightio. I'll just do this a little bit and then we'll be good, I'd say. No, just these two more. Yeah, so by the time I'm back, I should have this finished. Maybe the other things. You know, I keep saying it's probably just under a stream, but I can't see much more to do. I'm happy enough with the way it turned out. Oh, he did give it a good shot, all right. There we go. Not bad. I'll have to get the cows out later. Yeah. Here. Come here, you. God, that's even worse. Not bad, guys. We pushed them out of there. Maybe we hit with a hammer. We did learn earlier, a hammer will make them move. Yeah, I didn't expect it. I remember the first time I made that mistake was with a horse. That's not too bad. So, we've done our 6 hours anyway. Yeah, we got a bit done. Yeah, so I'll definitely have this finished. I can't see why not. Once I finish that, there's another small area I want to get to. And do it section by section, we should be out of it. Yeah, it's just down here. Yeah, and all I need is just some more little bric-a-brac and some plants and that. Shouldn't be too much. So we finished that, so then basically I've got this to just put some more bric-a-brac. I've got the park down here. And then we literally have the entire settlement done down to here. This is pretty much done, to be honest. We'll have another look at it later. There's a little area around the sign in that area, and then there's a large spot down here I've got to do some fencing. But you're mostly talking about haystacks and rubbish again, you know, there. And then we'll be pretty much done. Really? Yeah, it should work. Oh, massive fun putting this together. But even though it's fun, it can get very burnout kind of thing sometimes. But the way I've been hitting this, I'd use this as a kind of distraction if I was, I'd say, not feeling the best. Ah! Cool. Right, let's get this guy and let's save him. I'm impressed with the Unreal 4. Jaeger, alright, calling me impressed. I didn't think it would take this abuse. Yeah, top tier, isn't it? Now remember that all of those trees I used, you know, those high forestry trees, they've got a wind animation, all the trees. Well, not the bushes and the hedges and junk, but this stuff here, they've got a tiny wind animation. And no, the lighting, well, the lamps are not so bad, but open flame is a brute on a cell. I didn't use much of those, just the 4 guys in at that. But look at this. Yeah, you see that movement? That's on hundreds of trees. Then you've got that, you've got all of these objects here. Yeah, well, that has an animation as well, look. You've got all the buildings, you've got all of the junk I put into the buildings, and throw about 150 NPCs on top of that. And all the junk I have in storage. Yeah. Pretty decent engine. Yeah, this thing here, this shouldn't take long. I'll just clear it out and we'll add some junk, some stuff along here. And I've got to finish down to here. And the fencing. Well, you know the situation with that low fencing. We'll bring it right from here. Blah, blah, blah. Straight line down to here. Straight over to the gate. In with our plans. Get that done. Same here. Straight down. All the way down to here. Blah, blah, blah. And again here. And then the same here. And that's it. This little area here. The 2 things I said there. And a bit down at the side. Yeah, it should work. Oh, this is pretty much done, but I'll have to find something so it's not so sparse. Something with low impact. Yeah, here. Well, basically, I am thinking of maybe a small fence here around. Yeah, I'll have a look at it later. And then, of course, we have this. It's not a big area, so surely we'll... I haven't really decided on that. And I might throw a few items here. I couldn't really build here because of the rocks. Maybe see if I can throw something out here so it doesn't look so obvious. And that's it. Okay, right, let's save this guy. And I'll strangle my Pomeranians. Okay, which guy am I strangling first? Come on, Rex. Up here and say goodbye. Toby? No, I know what's wrong now. Yeah, Max is in the other room. And they're not amused. Right, let's save this. Cool. That's it, we're done. So, knowing me, I'll probably come back on this game today for about 3 or 4 hours. I usually do every day. But that's me. This was... What was this? This was a midweek stream, wasn't it? Yeah. This was our Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. So, I will be back for Friday and Saturday. The usual thing. I'm hoping... Yeah, I'm hoping we'll get a lot done, if not finish. Good night, Wolf. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. You too. My pleasure, Jaeger. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, guys. So yeah, back again on the weekend. Hope to see you all then if you have the time. Thanks for the lurks and the follows, guys. I appreciate it. So goodbye, Wolf. Jaeger. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, of course, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Randy, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. And let's see what else we've got here. Oh, and of course, Max. Take care, Max. Thanks for being here. And Wonder. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying that game. Yeah, I'd take my time with that game, Wonder, and just, you know, explore it a lot and take your time. And of course, Seb. Have a good one, Seb. Let's see what else we got here. And of course, Young. Yeah, take care and stay safe, Young. And I think we did mention Terry. Yeah, have a good one, Terry. I think that's everyone I can see. And, yeah, if I've missed anyone, of course, guys, apologies to whoever I might have missed. And, again, to everyone who's watching, appreciate it. Yep, back on the weekend, guys. I'll see you then if you have the time. Until then, this guy, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to shower, I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to watch a movie. Yeah. And then probably do a little bit of this later. I do know as we get closer to Christmas, there's going to be the herds of guests and stuff, so I've got to mentally prepare myself for that, I suppose. It could be worse. It could be much worse. It can always be worse. So, okay, let's do this, guys. We'll do this raid. Yeah, take care, guys. And, we'll do the usual. We'll raid some of our friends, stop in, say hi. Yeah, let's say I don't really see eye to eye with them, but it's Christmas. We do make exceptions at Christmas, Jaeger. What can we do, huh? Let's say you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. True. There is, yeah. We cannot tolerate them for much longer. We need the festive season to be able to stomach them. Okay, alright, let's do this raid, guys. Have a good one, guys. Alright, let's see who's streaming.